Welcome to Orange County, California.
Running in transition.
13-4 run right now for the Anteaters. They have responded. Luxembourg trying to answer back himself. Around it out there. It's Coleman again. Blocked from the
bad for that young lady.
Yeah, that was a tough watch. Happy that she's just a sophomore with some time to recover and get back in the action. Now there's a big miss corner. Butta Johnson draws 2, maybe 3 now. Lendeborg, nothing but the bottom of the net, and that is why scouts are sore.
From 6 feet in front of the hoop.
He's got 9 points tonight, does Loyston. Burying a tray. Wow. Andy Kennedy barks instructions. Lendeborg, behind his back, launches the tray. Doesn't get the friendly roll, peels himself up off to
make that second free throw. They fall back into their defense. Everyone's got their assignments, and they can get that defense locked.
Lendeborg is so smooth, does it that time with the left.
Sorry, Pete, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that was...
Oh, wow, third block of the night from Evans. Dixon on the other end.
Now a second triple here in the second half.
Second 3 in the second half for Tillis. Give him 13 points on the night. Lendeborg answers back.
Big Yak. A shot blocker. He took his time and executed perfectly.
Lendeborg with the basketball. Just recorded his 26th double-double of the season with the rebound moments ago. Can't convert into basketball. That's allowed him to get back in this one and take the lead. Lendeborg steps inside the three-point arc. Too strong.
Yeah, and that's a shot. That's his mid-range jump shot. To his team, he's not going to use his timeout. He's just going to let him operate.
It's Lendeborg this time. To the hole. Loyston's in his way. Gets his own rebound. 5 on the clock. No good again. Tillis has it and controls it. He is...
then, but the one thing Andy Kennedy has to be aware of, and he wants to make sure his team knows this, is not get caught up into the three-point game. And they're taking a lot of them early. Their percentage is pretty good. And you see Yaxel just making one there.
Double-double. Lendeborg involved. He's got the basketball now as UAB hasn't scored in 2.5 minutes. And the drought continues.
Santa Clara's doing a nice job.
Last year, really believes in UAB, has a great relationship with Andy Kennedy, decided to come back, and his numbers have only improved.
That time he just set his head down. He didn't.
Kennedy told us as much earlier today. His vocabulary in terms of basketball knowledge, it just wasn't there. He didn't play very many games. Coach Kennedy said, I remember telling him, you got to cut to the elbow. Lendeborg tips the rebound to himself, now runs the break. Lendeborg, circus shot, counted and a foul.
Yeah, there's a lot of openings in that zone on ball reversal. UAB's got to get a little tighter on the perimeter.
Lendeborg put it on the deck. Oh, in the half. Lendeborg, mid-range jumper to end the half. E-League for 2 years prior to playing for Santa Clara. 2 minutes into the second half, the first shot attempt of the half for Lendeborg.
Just to be guarding him, both Coleman and Lendeborg are looking at each other like, you take him, I got him, and neither one of them matched up on 2 straight possessions.
So Lendeborg went right at Tilly that time, and Tilly, Ensminger, missed the second effort. Lendeborg, like a fullback in the lane, blowing past and over. Lendeborg going at Ensminger, and Lendeborg wins the battle.
But they are re-energized.
Lendeborg. This is the mid-range. Clock, Carlos Stewart. Good defense, Lendeborg. Standing tall. Now the other way with the left hand.
It's just great body control for
10 on the shot clock. 36 on the game clock. Lendeborg spinning, left hand, no. Coleman's there. Put back, misses.
If he can just get a fingertip on the ball, he can dissuade.
285 pounds as Lendeborg misses the mark and the rim.
It's 9 minutes of the game the other night.
He will have his hands on the ball a lot. Inside, layup off the window, no good. As Awiro had a crack at it, kicks at the basket.
Over when you've got that great advantage.
And UAB has turned it over 3 times in their last 4 trips. Lendeborg floater, no good, got it back, fouled by Finkley.
He said, "Watch it."
3-point lead for the Hawks. Lendeborg off the window, a little too strong. The rebound off to Haskins. Vasquez with a rebound, looking to run. Vasquez, pull up 3, grazes the rim. Lendeborg right there with an easy follow. Nobody had a body. This is a dangerous St. Joe's team from deep, averaging 9 threes made per game. Lendeborg missing the jumper. And the rebound corralled by Haskins. Lendeborg misses. Ajaba with the rebound, but coughed it up down the floor to Lendeborg. Euro lays it in.
And Billy Lang did.
It was 5-4.
Now Christian Coleman out of high school worked for 2 years in a Walmart until he hit a growth spurt.
He's got the pass there. Lendeborg with the dunk.
Dunk contest is broken out.
Ajaba, by the way, up to 6 blocks. Lendeborg will pull. Can't hit. Finkley loose now and taken. Can't connect. Lendeborg with the rebound, looking to run. Lendeborg barreling in, missed the shot, got it back, puts it up, off the window and in.
That's what he does so well. He just gets. And then what a recovery by Yaxel Lendeborg. He still was able to recover and contest that 3.
Catch and shoot. Lendeborg 3 hits.
And what a sequence.
Lendeborg trying to create. Coleman floater, too strong, tipped around. Lendeborg leans in, stuffed at the rim, out of bounds. Hawks ball.
Get out to the wing.
Lendeborg takes off and tried to apply the hammer. Out of bounds by Tony. Coleman walking the tightrope. Outside, Lendeborg 3, no good.
They love him on the move at the free throw area.
1 timeout left for the Hawks. Lendeborg's jumper is no good. Finkley with a rebound.
Lendeborg guarded by Jourdain.
Memphis likes this matchup. They think Jourdain is quick enough and strong enough to stick with him. That time, friendly bounce on the jump hook.
Lendeborg short. UAB is not an efficient 3-point shooting team. They're much better from 2. That's where Lendeborg makes his money. Little floater goes, and he's got 4 points early on, guarding Yaxel Lendeborg, who is the Defensive Player of the Year in this conference for the 2nd consecutive season. And it kisses it off the glass. We got paint being traded out there. Number 1 in white was the preseason Freshman of the Year in the American Athletic Conference. Lendeborg tees one up, knocks it down, and UAB with the lead.
Memphis is.
Aaron Moore transferred in from Georgia Southern. He's a Louisville native out of Male High School, and he's their backup point guard. Here's Yaxel Lendeborg. Cisse the board. It was a blowout at FedEx Forum, closer than that in the game of Birmingham at Bartow Arena. Lendeborg misses the 8-footer. Haggerty's not just a scorer, he's got fantastic vision. Lendeborg lets another one fly.
Memphis is getting some good looks. Just 5 of 9 on
Was in office. And huge wins against The nation's best conference, and against the SEC teams like Missouri and Ole Miss, just to name a couple. Also Michigan State, UConn. Danger with the rebound, matched up with Danger here. 10 to shoot. Lendeborg gets a screen, gets downhill, bumps into Danger, he rejects it with 4. Cisse's got it. 6 to play. Danger. And last stop at Wichita State.
Memphis, one of the best three-point shooting teams percentage-wise, but they have not been but 21% in the first 2 games here.
Second effort, Lendeborg result before going down. Plenty of time to shoot. Butta Johnson finds Lendeborg. Shooting over the top of Danger. Great effort on McGee off a baseline screen. Back out to Tony. Lendeborg squeezes the offensive rebound. Foul on his way back up.
He does his work early. Just count it.
They count it?
Does it hit the rim?
I missed it. So Cisse with the dunk. And Lendeborg goes sprawling on the other end. Slow to his feet. Here's Lendeborg. Got off balance just a little bit. And a loose ball corral inside. Vasquez, no. It's been end of the road for Yaxel, Lendeborg and UAB. And interesting to see what his offseason looks like as he finishes and continues to climb the draft charts. Couple of pump fakes and he gives it back out. Great defense by the Mean Green. Realizes Sissoko is defending him now. Mid-range. Nope.
Well, that all starts by defending that first action inboard.
Was originally committed to St. John's, but when Mike Anderson was fired, he re-entered the market. Lendeborg with the follow, so go figure. Rick Pitino's did it.
But easier said than done against this North Texas defense that has been sensational all season long.
Lendeborg for 3 off the back of the rim. He played every minute of that game last night en route to
wearing the Superman cape is something he's had become used to. He didn't grow up just being the man, but he is the man now. You see him now. He has embraced being the top player on this team.
McGee powers through, and it's rejected by Newell. Straight to Lendeborg. And he finishes through contact. Half dozen now for Yaxel Lendeborg. 5 second chance points for UAB. Lendeborg off the glass, no good. Or terrible twos. Lob to Lendeborg. Great balance, but he can't finish. And it's ripped away from behind. Fantastic effort by Ross Hodge took over for Grant McCaslin after spending 6 seasons as an assistant underneath him. Lendeborg with the 3. First triple of the day for Yaxel Lendeborg. He's Vasquez harassed. Nearly turned it over, but saved it. Lendeborg will put it on the deck and banks it in.
What a hustle play to get that. I think this will have to be more towards the last media timeout if they can continue this lead. But he's starting to look a little bit better. I mean, look at that. And there's been a couple times he has driven very aggressive.
And Lendeborg finds the rebound. He wants to push. 2-on-2. Lendeborg. Two-hand jam!
You got to be kidding me. Your center gets
on 10 at the half. They've already scored more points this half than they did in the first with 6 minutes to play. Lendeborg, pull-up jumper. No good. And it's tipped out to the Blazers. They get another chance. The clock now. Ball in their star's hand. Yaxel Lendeborg, plenty of time to shoot. Spins into the paint and rolls it home.
You gotta love the
to the basket. This man has been very important for UAB over his last 3 games, averaging almost 25 points per game, as Lendeborg missing on his first jumper. Jabari McGee off the mark. Lendeborg looking to be aggressive. Back up, rolls off. McGee's tip, no good. Vasquez finds the cutting McGee, but he can't finish. The tip up is good.
Lendeborg staying after it. The advantage right now for UAB is going to be on the interior.
Coleman trying to keep it alive. He tipped it to Lendeborg, who has been everywhere on both ends of the floor. But a Johnson gives it back. Lendeborg with 6 on the shot clock, creating space. And the rebound, that's ripped away by Jordan Riley.
For them, UAB has always bounced right back. They're going to have a longer period of sustaining stops.
That is a pro-level move from Yaxel Lendeborg.
It absolutely is. Those elbow isolations.
But a Johnson curling, finds Lendeborg, pump fake, uses a little shoulder. I'm telling you, these are pro-level moves, making it look easy. Bringing it up the floor. Tony. Lendeborg calling, straight on, cash money. Yaxel Lendeborg making us both here tonight.
We'll be in good company with Alan Ogg, had some time in the NBA, and Paul Delaney III, a strong player, still playing professionally in Israel.
And immediately it's Lendeborg. Lendeborg, they lost him for 3. And a team rebound as Felton pushing the pace here.
On his hand, anything that gets close, he's just able to just grab it and keep it.
Cuffs it, the push shot, and it rolls off to Woodard for the board. Lendeborg wants it back. He's got the switch, working on Felton. Turnaround jumper. And it's saved to Lendeborg. Throws it up at the second half for Felton. 4 or 5 from the floor. 10 points, 3 rebounds. Lendeborg through the chest. Tips it up and good. How do you stop this man, Lendeborg? Lendeborg sitting on 7 assists. Makes his move. Off the window. Another tough bucket. He's up to 24.
That lean on your defense, it confuses UAB.
Lendeborg looking at the shot clock. It's at 6. Comes to a stop. And that soft touch, he's got 26 points.
That's just a big-time move.
Yet to take a shot. UAB's leading scorer. He leads them in every major stat category. Vasquez off the bounce. They find Lendeborg in the corner for 3. That is his first attempt. It's tipped around and kept alive. Lendeborg grabs it on the baseline. Up top to Tyron Moore. Already has 2 threes. He's shut off. Lendeborg will try again and connect on that one. First field goal for Lendeborg from outside lately. Bad pass, Daniels, turnover. UAB on the run. Inside Lendeborg for the stuff. A big-time finish for Yaxel. And Tony out there with McGee, Lendeborg, Coleman, and Moore. It's Coleman in the mid-post. Down low, Lendeborg. Tried to reverse it. Blocked by Banks. Got a piece on the reverse side. Lendeborg and Banks. Works along the baseline. Spins and scores over that left shoulder with a flip. And 13.
Things like 50-50 balls, rebounding, things you can control. That allowed us to kind of settle in.
Here's the best player for UAB, Yaxel Lendeborg. His first shot off the mark. A 5. Absolutely. Followed by number 24, Arizona and Kansas. And Cooper Flagg and number 2, Duke, take on North Carolina.
Yeah, it's going to be a great Saturday as Yaxel goes through. Get his shoulders parallel, uses the backboard, kisses off the glass, and take a deep breath, get your second win, and settle into the game, understanding this is what you've been doing all year.
Lendeborg stepping out, knocks down the 3. Yaxel Lendeborg. One of the 7.
Together really, really well.
I asked Coach Jacobs, I said, where's your favorite spot with all your travels? He said, oh, it's got to be Italy. He said, for quality of life, the food, the experience, he said, Italy is my top spot.
I'm telling you right now. Go! Took him on a ride. He didn't walk on that one.
He didn't walk and held up that follow through.
That is nice by Yaxel right there. A little bit of talking going on, too. Looking at Bob.
Oh, you can feel the intensity in this one tonight.
Yes, you can.
Lendeborg tips it to himself, trying to get a 3rd chance, but Moretti corrals the board.
A very, very skilled running rim to rim and looking for opportunities.
Lendeborg looking to attack the 7-footer. Voigatitis with the block. Plenty of time for Vasquez. Elbow. The cupboard was very bare when he came here.
Absolutely.
There goes Lendeborg. Backside board as Aguero tries to put it back up. Get rid of it. So here goes McGee, working off 2 feet. It is tough sledding inside as Lendeborg. He's got a bucket. He's got 9.
Yaxel starting to put it. They can get nasty in that boom boom room, I'm telling you. It's nasty down there in that paint, man.
There's Lendeborg. Stays on the outside, and it's pulled down by Miller.
Not upset. Help side was there. It's hard when you got a 7-footer looking over the top and with an easy drop off.
Lendeborg, mid-range jumper, that smooth-looking stroke. He's got 12.
He's letting with the effort and the energy to go get that 50-50 ball.
Smaller defender and a block party at the rim.
Yes, sir. You don't bring cups of juice to this party, you won't get in.
There goes play on the inside.
Lendeborg had a double-double the first time these two teams met. 18 points, 10 rebounds. Turnaround from the elbow. Too strong. Fight for the rebound. It's won by Danger. Put it down. Nice flow to this game early on. You can tell both teams want to run. And Lendeborg with the jam and the foul. As they call the offensive foul on P.J. Haggerty.
Great job of staying on top of it.
Lendeborg for 3. And the rebound is Cisse, who's playing big minutes. But here's the steal by this team. When they scuffled in the non-conference schedule, he's the guy who got this team back on track. Lendeborg off the mark, and Danger protects the ball. Lendeborg almost caught another one. Danger calling for the rock, but he's pushed off his spot in the post. Shot clock's at 4. Lendeborg dancing, throws it up, and it's Danger winning that battle as the foul now called on UAB
from his program.
Lendeborg back on the floor playing with those 2 fouls as we approach 4 minutes to play in this first half. 3-ball, Lendeborg, and Danger with a rebound. That'll be his another turnover poked away. Here comes Lendeborg. Protects the basketball, throws it up in front of Danger.
And that's a good decision right there by Yaxel.
From the line, Lendeborg brings it up the floor for the Blazers. Trying to go to work, takes the body and finishes.
That's a big bucket. Lendeborg.
So grateful for this opportunity. Came here last season from a JUCO when he felt like no one believed in him. And now he is showing what he can do, and it rolls off the rim. No.
The answer was nobody.
So look at the UAB starting 5, and of course Yaxel Lendeborg, candidate for Conference Player of the Year. Lendeborg taking a mid-range to long-range jumper there. He's able to save it right near midcourt. Now Lendeborg, he's got the advantage on Bell. Here comes Quincy a little bit too late. Ballard, and the bucket there for having more out front. Now Coleman looks. Only 2 shots so far tonight for Yaxel. Here's his 3rd, and it's off the right side. So he's 1 for 3 from the field with 2 assists.
Paul Mills comes out, high basketball IQ, on his 5th year in organized basketball, making plays like that.
Lendeborg has 3 assists tonight, right now looking for his 2nd bucket. And he makes no doubt about that one with an emphatic Lendeborg. Bumps into Ballard, kicked out. Moore steps up from the free throw line. Rebound Lendeborg, 1 dribble. He goes up with that left hand and scores off the glass.
Yeah, took it off the glass right in front of the rim. That is another, when he stays within himself.
Cortez had missed all 3 of his 3-point shots, having better success inside the arc, but there he is once again. Yaxel knocking it.
B team coming at it after a tight win Wednesday on the road in Houston against Rice. Lendeborg got it.
Nice hard drive to his right. Way to attack.
And here's UAB with a chance to push coming the other way. Lendeborg off the glass. And tipped off the rim back to settle. Coleman gets it inside to McGee. Here's Lendeborg, leading scorer. And Lendeborg, who's 6th in the league at 18 a game, is able to get it in there. He's got Lendeborg with a dump off for Johnson, but he wasn't there. Yaxel Lendeborg says, I'll shoot it. They keep it alive again, and it gets knocked away from Settle. Here comes Lendeborg the other way. Coast to coast with a 6'9" senior. And there to run. Tony off the curl finds Lendeborg. Beautiful share. And Yaxel Lendeborg yaks it down.
Terrific
terrific two-man game. Tony for Jamal Mashburn's loss.
Here's Coleman to Lendeborg. Another miss, but a follow. And a timeout taken by Tim.
And if they want any chance at having a last push in this game and keep it close the way they have every conference game, they've got to get a stop.
Lendeborg, no. There's a stop for Temple. Piscarelli
has even better role players than they ordinarily would have been if he was fully healthy.
Lendeborg got the rebound, but was unable to get the tipping. You think about it,
the team has it. Most teams, they'd be down 20 right now and would have tossed it in saying, man, it's just not going our way.
Lendeborg for three at the end of the clock. Azuero with the offensive rebound finds McGee.
Points and 19 rebounds the other night against South Florida.
A double-double machine. I mean, he's flirted with triple-doubles this season. He can really just do about everything.
There he is right there, Linda. We'll talk a little bit about Andy Kennedy's resume. Very impressive. Inside. Easy bucket there for Lendeborg. Get Lendeborg loose, damage. Inside, that was knocked loose by Powell. Here come the Blazers. Kicking it out top. Three-pointer up and good. Yaxel Lendeborg. These guys really worked on his defense as well since Coach Lanier and his staff came in.
Well,
Amos with a rebound.
Yeah, you got to work on your defense if you want to.
Lendeborg. Open look, in and out though. Dar right there to snare that rebound.
On both feet.
Shot up and good. Yaxel Lendeborg again. Lendeborg now. Tony out there. First minute of the second half. We're tied at 43. The floater goes down. It's a great touch there by Yaxel Lendeborg. Tonight.
And that was a difficult shot. Coleman made Broadnax work for that one.
Lendeborg, rare mid. Coleman's been held in check. Only 4 points by this Rice defense tonight. Here's Vasquez off the glass. Knocked out of bounds again off of Rice. Emery Lanier back on the floor for the Owls. Tip back in and down it goes for UA.
For Jacob Dar. He's putting together a nice highlight reel with some plays tonight. 18 points and 5 rebounds.
He really is. Averaging just 7.2 points. But again, he's been...
For the night that Jacob Dar is having offensively, 1 away from his season high. He's also assigned a really difficult defensive assignment tonight, having to...
Owls back up by 1. Lendeborg. Squared up, off the mark though.
So many different facets of his game.
Lendeborg inside off the glass. We're tied at 68. Another offensive rebound and swatted away there by Powell.
Body on someone blocking out once the shot goes up.
Blazers recover that loose ball in the corner, in and out, 3. Lendeborg with the putback and tip, both misses.
Blazers with Lendeborg trying to work on Brandon Stroud. Up and under, got it. Look at that.
The thing Lendeborg
bounces it for Lendeborg. Reynolds on him. One-on-one. Count it.
He's just so tough. One-on-one. Why?
Side here for USF. He's got 11 points, Coach, on 4 of 6 from the field.
Keep feeding him.
Lendeborg on the take for 2.
But you can't.
McGee. Lendeborg driving, no. Rebound Reynolds.
Lendeborg, Love has the ball, so look for him maybe to do a dribble handoff.
Lendeborg for the shoot. Up and under, no. Oh, yeah! Up and in.
each other, and they play their butts off for him. I mean, that's special, and he does a great job with that.
McGee had just scored on the previous offensive possession, and now Lendeborg scores, and it's back-to-back. Adam McCoy on him. Johnson to the hole. He got a block on him, but Johnson got it back. Kicks it out. Shot clock. Lendeborg gets the bounce for three. We go to 9-3, which would tie North Texas. Game and a half back in Memphis. Rebound Azawiro. Johnson, three ball. No. Rebound Coleman.
That's not the shot they wanted. They really wanted a better shot than what they got.
Got to stop Lendeborg. That's a tough task.
Yeah.
Only 2 today. Look at some of their losses in the conference. They're all by single digits.
The coach has just done an unbelievable job at Temple.
Yeah, Coach Fisher has been outstanding there in his second season, and the one that they read, it's a three-point game. Johnson again. Lendeborg rises up. Too strong. Rebound Reynolds. Hands off to Reed. Blocked inside. Combination of Coleman and Lendeborg were there.
Lendeborg came over from the weak side and got a hand on it.
Goes coast to coast, and it's too strong. It's tapped by Reynolds. Reed's got it. Right now.
Yeah, but it's also late in games. It's shot preparation and selection.
Well, Lendeborg got blocked, and it was out of bounds off of UAB.
Extremely hard on the offensive boards.
Lendeborg cut off, goes to work and score.
Great footwork, great touch, finishing with the left, attacking the bright spots of the zone that ECU's throwing at him. He's going to get himself in the rhythm if he keeps that up.
Lendeborg pulls, can't connect. Riley with the loose.
He can create offensive opportunities for second chances on the rebounding.
Lendeborg coming up empty. Felton looking the rope. Moore sets up shop offensively for UAB, holding a 1-point advantage. Lendeborg turns and shoots, gets his own miss. That's over 200 pounds. That's a lot to handle down low, even for Coleman. Lendeborg gets the jumper.
To disrupt UAB.
Good look down low by Moore. Coleman, and now Lendeborg with the hammer.
Dangerous offensively, and have to find ways to continue to impact the game, whether that is creating turnovers or if it's getting offensive rebounds so that you can get yourself into some rhythm. But yeah, and Coach Swartz has spoke heavily on Jan Farrell being able to be a floor spreader for this unit, being the guy who can, you know, relieve some
Lendeborg tries it from deep. Got it. It's a 2, so the game is done in the second half. Lendeborg cut off. Coleman against Farrell. Missed the shot. Lendeborg right there with a follow.
Yeah, those are those situations.
Jay Felton, a rare commodity these days in college basketball. Playing all 4 years with the same program. Lendeborg answers on the other end. Stages of the second half. Lendeborg cut off, now turns left to score. Beautiful move by Yaxel.
Denial on the wing, Lendeborg with the steal. Big fella takes it himself for the jam.
That all starts with big time pressure. And
here's Vasquez. Coleman takes him in range. Lendeborg does everything for him.
He had to mismatch the entire possession.
Every guy is the winning experience that they had at previous schools. Both of these schools heavy in the portal, as most teams in the American are. Lendeborg missed the jump hook. McGee.
Ow, nothing easy.
Yaxel Lendeborg with a pull-up jumper.
But I like how they got him the ball in the middle of the court.
Senior from Pensacola, Pennsylvania. Farming, New Jersey. Lendeborg on the floor. Turn around. Mike. Not having a great scoring night, but he's still impacting the minus, pulled down by Lendeborg. Now he'll lead the break. What NBA scouts love about him is versatility. Drew the foul. Andy Kennedy says count it. Looks like they will. There's a second on Newell. Lendeborg, leaner, foul. And Guerrero. As he moved by Moore into Newell. Sissoko yanks it down, and then Lendeborg taps it away from behind and hammers it home.
2-3. And that's where they've got to continue to try to get to the rack. They've got drive first guards.
Lendeborg, jumper off the mark. Remember, UAB's point guard, Jabari McGee, has been in foul trouble most of the second half. Lendeborg's jumpers aren't there.
That was a monster effort by Tony on the offensive glass.
Lendeborg got it. They missed a few of those. Back in the scoring column with 13.
Horns look, but they operate through their high posts with their bigs. They're going to try to get Yaxel down there on the block.
Yaxel. He's got 15 and back-to-back bucket.
A little miscommunication on the inbounds from the Blazers.
Lendeborg will shoot a three. He's 0 for 2. And Lendeborg skies for the rebound. Not afraid to go coast to coast.
That'll give it Lendeborg, giving Yaxel. That time UAB missed an opportunity to feed Guerrero inside as he was matched up with Blackman.
Yax coming up short.
And for Blazers, they've got to be in constant communication, especially with the help side defense.
Lendeborg over Rosado. Yes. Vasquez has had the hot hand, does not pull the trigger. Lendeborg will pull up and uses a friendly bounce.
Oh my goodness, it took him a long time to do the attack. He gives help defenses a chance to come and trap and be disruptive.
Lendeborg now with his 6th rebound of the half. Coast to coast would not go. And then another offensive rebound and 2 points.
And that's got to be
turnaround 2. And Coleman.
And it's inexcusable if you're Charlotte there. There are 3 defenders there. Nobody putting the body on the best rebounder, one of the best rebounders in White and Christian to look to score.
Low block for Yax. Couple of good head fakes. Still gets his man in the air and shoots and scores over Rosado.
And Rosado has
range threes that weren't close. Vasquez, kick, Tony. And then Lendeborg, offensive board, 2 points on the finish.
I am absolutely.
Think that Lendeborg has something to do with that?
Of course.
With the left. Kidding me? Would have gone in. Bradford with a career best 9 in his freshman year. Lendeborg, little pull-up.
It's kind of like the minors to a degree. You're able to grow, get a little stronger. As the railroad travels, no call.
Lendeborg adds an offensive board, 2 more points.
25 years old now. College basketball, that may be the norm for guys that may not get a chance to play at the next level. They figure it's pretty good here in college. I may as well stay and help out. They want opportunities to display their skills. And it gives you a chance to do it in meaningful contests against really good competition.
Lendeborg missed the first. And under a minute left to go. That was a beautiful.
From a hand injury, he's in the Red Crown starting lineup. Blue-collar player Simon Wright. Keaston Willis leads the American in threes. And the first 3 of the night belongs to Yaxel Lendeborg. Shooting.
Tony is going to get an easier attempt than the one he missed on that baseline out of bounds.
Lendeborg clean to ram one home. The lane was wide open. He's got the right.
He's kind of that glue guy that played 30 minutes in the last outing, did not score a field goal, but still made big plays on the defensive end.
Lendeborg a bit strong with that one. First rebound for Dwan Odom tonight. The American is 5th season at his alma mater. He's the 2nd leading scorer in Blazers history. Lendeborg now 1 for 3 from three-point range.
Very capable, but if he
missed the first 16 games of the year, did Garcia. Had a pair of knee procedures in the offseason, but he looks healthy and good tonight. Lendeborg, friendly roll, shooter's bounce. Is that the way to bring the ball down court and initiate? Such great instincts.
He does, Chad, and that's one of the things talking to AK. He said that he's such a pass-first mentality guy. He wants him to be even more aggressive with the ball, late closeout, because if you do, you're dead. You have to be there and run him off the three-point line, and that is exactly what Coleman did.
Too easy there. Lendeborg catches it deep in the post and drops it right home. He's got 10 boys. Air Tony Lamas. Tulsa turnover, their 4th. Tony. Lendeborg up high and down. And what a first half. He's got 14 now.
Well, and if you're Tulsa, that's what you, and just being in the right place at the right time, he got a deuce out of that.
10 seconds to shoot for the Blazers. Lendeborg peels up high off the screen and knocks one down.
This guy right here can play now. Flush right there off the 2 feet, went upstairs.
First lead of the night for the Golden Hurricane. Who will answer for the Blazers? Lendeborg. Can't do it this time. What a retrieval. And said last year he had a 36-point game for Georgia Southern against Appalachian State. Lendeborg just took that one away.
Look at this guy.
Stuck it in.
The number 2 offensive rebounder in the league. And some
Vasquez with a 3. Way off the mark. And the rebound, Lendeborg again. Up and under and a foul.
Look at this guy. Chad, this guy right here.
Still ice cold.
That's the best one he's had tonight right there. That one was in rhythm.
0 for 5 from three-point range. Lendeborg could not finish it. Yeah. And charging the other way.
After more than forearm on that drive, and Tulsa made him pay and got out in transition and banged the 3.
Lendeborg, what a night. 26 for him. That's just,
you can look in their faces both ways, both green and white. That guys are winded. I mean, they are competing right now. And this guy right here, man, look at this.
He's taken over.
He must. Did someone tell him that there was some NBA scouts
taking care of the ball, and then right on cue? And those are the ones that are driving Penny Hardaway and his staff crazy. Just the carelessness.
Lendeborg faces up for 2 and a lot of empty possessions.
Transition. UAB has not been able to get anything out on the break. That is what they want to do. 2nd in the country in points per game on transition.
Lendeborg smothered by Jourdain. Danger covered at first. Jourdain with a block.
Have 2, if not 3 guys on him anytime he catches the ball near the basket today. Memphis simply is just not going to let him get going too easily without being contested on every shot. Pretty good look there on the underneath that. UAB is you don't have very good balance in transition. And Memphis taking advantage of a couple early turnovers. Defensive rebounds. Right on cue, the guy you want to get going. Yaxel, Lendeborg, not limitless because they've been winning in spite of turning the ball over. Now you start to take care of it. I mean, I really do think the sky's the limit for this team potential-wise.
That's touched by Lendeborg over Cisse. Yaxel Lendeborg with an win. Tyron Moore off the bench. Lendeborg, 3 to shoot. It's going to have to be Lendeborg. And rebounded by Rogers.
Has really struggled turning over the basketball, but today they have executed to perfection.
Here's a 3 for Lendeborg out of the timeout. Dame Danger,
where literally all he has to just do is turn around and score.
There's Awiro off the bench, goes into Danger, and Lendeborg's there for the putback. Finally, UAB, that's the first. UAB outscoring Memphis 18-3 from 3. Lendeborg kept alive by Bradley Awiro, and he is fouled.
First half defensively, they were really good as well. Very active with their hands, getting a lot of deflections, creating steals. So one of the better halves of the season for the Tigers.
Lendeborg leaves it short. Now, here's what we know, especially in Memphis.
Not in the game, that goes without saying, but just the way it's gone for him today, he's been an unstoppable offensive force for the Tigers.
Lendeborg off a fumble. Cisse, that's a grown man's rebound. It was hideous. What can you say? The great thing for Memphis is they defended for 40 minutes. And despite the atrocious offense as Lendeborg finishes, they stayed in the game because they locked out. He's only scored 12, 4 for 12 shooting. He'll get it back. Into Jourdain.
And Cisse comes from behind to chase it down. Still UAB ball, 10 to shoot, 6 to play. Lendeborg's going to try him again. This time he left it short. He knew 32 was there. Cisse brings down the lob and bobbled by Jourdain. Johnson for more. Up top, Lendeborg. Hey now, UAB has...
From the wing. Rebounded by Coleman. It's one and done every time for the Roadrunners. On the run, and then rolled up and in. Lendeborg. Right.
Defensive possession, and that was a simple miscommunication. Spears able to take advantage of two guys guarding the ball. You see Yaxel, Lendeborg there dominate the offensive glass, and those are the things if you're UTSA, use the offensive end.
It takes a rare athlete to be able to do that. Yaxel going one-on-one, pulls up. It's nice to have the pogo stick, Coleman right there. Tony, no foul, but picks up a loose change. Lendeborg.
Line because he's coming out of ball screen actions. They're screening for him as well.
2 years ago, he led the ACC in three-pointers made and
three in a row. They would find him immediately.
Lendeborg, by the way, is one board short of yet another double-double. He'll pull up from 15, miss. Hermes has a rebound.
An offensive look.
Coleman finds Yax, reverse, good.
So revert in his face isn't enough. You've got to force him to put the basketball on the floor.
He's 6 for 11 from downtown. Lendeborg right on the edge. They were to give him a three. Smith rebounded by Lendeborg. Contact goes through it. Coleman wide open. Tyron will see if the Roadrunners have a response. Let that go in the backcourt. Lendeborg looking for a highlight. Oh, nice move.
And I think if you're Horton there, you've got to take it.
It's a rare offensive rebound for the Roadrunners.
Well, they've done a really good job of making attempts at offensive rebounds in this second half.
Here they come, down by 6.
When the opposing teams know that you have to have 20 in order for your team to have a chance to win.
Lendeborg spins and scores. 2 points in the paint for Yaxel. To the last drop had the Roadrunners down by 4. 2 minutes left to go. Players in foul trouble. Players on the bench hurt. Here's Lendeborg. Like you said, takes it into his own hands. He's now
for him to get to the basket, try to get an easy look at that confidence going early in this ball game.
Lendeborg to the hoop. We anticipated a high-scoring game. Well, the first 2+
here as well. He can handle the basketball top of the key here. Almost 4 assists a game, so he gets his teammates involved.
4 double-doubles in his last 5 games. That one off the mark. Senior guard. Lendeborg now matched up on Stroud, and he shoots over him.
That's a tough shot right there, low. He finished inside.
Back and forth in the early going. Lendeborg can't get the roll. UAB averages over. Right, though, it's hard to stay patient when at least temporarily you're trading 2s for 3s.
Exactly right.
Lendeborg has that knocked away.
Yeah, tendencies to keep shooting.
Bulls have done a nice job on Lendeborg so far. 4 points, 2 rebounds. Can't connect there. The spin from Lendeborg, and now UAB will back it out. Jumper no good, but the offensive board again for UAB. And Tony the rebound. Reynolds does have 4 threes this year, but his percentage is not that high. And there's Lendeborg with the finish in the paint. Bulls trying to fight back. UAB coming off a win at Florida Atlantic. Lendeborg with the left hand.
That's just smooth, great in the single digits. That's when you really start putting a little bit of game pressure back on UAB.
Lendeborg trying to take over in the clutch. Stroud with the rebound. Williams now drawing the defense on Lendeborg, and the shot goes, and a foul call. Chance for a three-point to 4-1. There's only one unbeaten left in the conference. That's Memphis at 3-0. Another offensive board, Tony, and now they'll reset.
Advantage play out of it. Knocked away from McGee. In time, Tony. And the offensive rebound of the stick pack. Yaxel Lendeborg contributing to the first two. Blazers, great offensive rebounding team. Don't turn it over much. Lendeborg with a long two. And that will be grabbed by Tandy. I am nothing if not a fashion officer, that's for sure. Bring your pocket square next time. Lendeborg against the freshman Modest Voikatitis. That ball's Voikatitis out of bounds. Lendeborg's got Tony up ahead, and he will drive it into Miller, who denies him. Lendeborg loose change, and he scores it. His first points in over 7 minutes. Lendeborg, yes. Lendeborg snapped an 0-for-8 stretch for UAB. He's facing up Miller, drives it into Miller. Tough. Nice finish.
If they're going to give him that ISO space in the middle where you...
Lendeborg's got 7, 6, and 5 right now. A long two-point jumper is good.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a little life. McGee right into the body of Carroll. Batted up by Coleman, slotted out to Tony. Lendeborg, not a high-volume three-point shooter, clanks it. And Tandy
starting to find it. Lendeborg takes it away. It's really been good basketball.
Lendeborg, tough shot contested by Miller. And Yak
have the vinyl.
I don't have any Rihanna vinyls, no. I should. Lendeborg again. Basket after basket after basket. Deep. Johnson. Lendeborg. A three for Yaxel Lendeborg, his first in the league after the first few weeks. UAB the preseason pick to win it after winning the American tournament title a year ago. And Yaxel Lendeborg has owned this.
To be able to compete here against UAB, who's got physical athleticism across the board.
Carroll trying to guard Lendeborg. He does. He stood him up well. Offensive rebound, Coleman throws. Tony rejected again by Miller. Lendeborg has it. Lendeborg puts UAB back on top. Lendeborg into Voikatitis, rolls it home. 22 for Yaxel.
Athletic. Of course, you could say that just about for the entire UAB Blazer team. The reverse layup, no, by Coleman, but there is Lendeborg there for the tip. Tony. McGee thought about the three, drove. Lendeborg.
Right on cue, he heard me say he tipped. Whether it's on penetration or scoring opportunities such as that last shot.
Second on the team in scoring, just over 14 a game. And speaking of scoring, that should be the middle name for.
And Tony with the recognition, trying to get it inside to him.
Fourth foul so far for Tulane. Lendeborg. Lendeborg to Moore. Back out to Yaxel. And he drains the three. That's 46%. Lendeborg got it knocked away. A little baby jump hook on that right low post area.
And that time Glenn with two.
Speaking of looking, Caleb Banks kind of looked at you, Mo, on the way back down. I guess he's heard of your heroics from deep. That jumper misses. Here's Brumball. Way ahead. Tony. Lendeborg. Just too strong.
He has to fight.
You saw what Coleman, he was trying to lob it to Lendeborg. The steal by Johnson. Now the easy lay-in by Lendeborg. UAB spinning around the perimeter. Now in the lane, a little leaner in the lane, off the mark by Lendeborg. Second half, run ball, cannot convert. Blazers, 3-on-2. Lendeborg, 2 more. He's got 19.
And we saw this in
first hockey reference of the night. There is Lendeborg, way out on top. Top of the key, in and out and back in.
Time down the court. We talked about teams playing with pace and tempo. Now you have to execute on the half court, and that means getting it into the hands of your best player.
Right on cue. Lendeborg with
side. Ian Schmeichel is a guy that really intrigues me. Young, at times a little bit crude, but he has really good hands and a big upside.
Lendeborg, you see the versatility, although he misses the 3. He can
somewhere.
Here's Vasquez, nice pass to the corner. That ball's a little bit too long, and then rebounded it to himself. Little tip up off the glass for Lendeborg.
He's unctuous learning right now that he's playing against men, and it's not working for him too well.
A 19-year-old sophomore. Lendeborg a 3. A little bit long. Archie the rebound. I was going to say Lendeborg. Nice find. Coleman. Back to Lendeborg. Yaxel is fouled, and he's got a chance for 3. They take the most 3s of anybody in this conference. They have not made them today.
Well, without 2 starters in the injury department, this is going to be a team that's going to struggle, and there's Lendeborg right there. Great thing, Jabari McGee, another guy that he's given a lot of playing time, and we see Lendeborg more and more leading fast breaks.
He ducks in and scores. Lendeborg is your bread and butter.
Also knocked upon their non-conference play. But look, in today's game, because the metrics favor your offensive efficiencies, you beat everybody as bad as you can whenever you can. That's the way it works today.
Seeding, right?
That's right, and how are you going to play against it so that you don't give up a possession?
Yeah, and Brendan Lorient had a big mismatch down low. Lendeborg has a big mismatch now, and that's what happens there.
Powered his way through that time, and that is his first.
And North Texas is going to extend now. The good news is North Texas is one of the better steal teams in the country. They average almost 10 steals a game.
Now Lendeborg, though, going to work here. He only had 4 points in the first. Okay, with 4 points, he had to miss most of that first half with 2 early fouls. Now Lendeborg takes it the other way to respond. No, the tip is not there. Sissoko has it.
How important were the power forward?
All right, good stuff right there, Mark. That's coming up on Saturday in college basketball in the new year. We're back to action here as Lendeborg goes to work for UAB. It doesn't go. Rebound by Lorient as North Texas run here for North Texas to crawl their way back within 6. Moore dumps it inside. Lendeborg couldn't get it, but he tapped it back up and in.
Yeah, Lendeborg needs to just go dunk that. Yeah. Like the Missouri Valley teams that are always vying for NCAA tournament bids. Just a tremendous basketball conference for decades and decades.
Lendeborg for 3. That's off. Rebound Sissoko. North Texas. It's new to me.
Okay.
You know.
How much you pay for that thing?
7-day trial. That is $40. $40. But it's worth it. What about this game? This is worth it here as we've got a close one now. It was a
tough shot.
Rebound offensively as Awiro.
Now double down on the offensive glass.
Lendeborg clangs a 3 there and another ball. Lendeborg down the lane, getting the feed from Tyron Moore.
Yeah, Tyron Moore read that perfectly. Jerseys and then just lays it right to him. Well executed. Let's run it again. It was so good. There you go.
And he knew it was going to be a little bit off. He tried to go back and get it. Couldn't do it, though. Rebound by second tie of the game. Lendeborg battling his way in. The hook. No. Out of bounds to North Texas. Air ball and a rebound saved from going out by Lendeborg. Did not hit the rim. There's 1 to shoot. They get it off in time. It is no good. Vasquez, the tip is not there. Rebound as Awiro. He's had many offensive boards today.
Good look from Butta, and Lendeborg slams it home.
That time, great ball movement, player movement, pretty good defense. Their 2-3 zone.
And usually you got Coleman up top on that zone. Coleman, lob. Oh, my goodness. ESPN highlight right there.
And that's the difference when
McGee, as the Blazers go into their half-court offense. Mid-range from Lendeborg won't fall.
a lot of the dirty work such as this.
Keeps the possession alive. Lendeborg might go coast to coast. A rim rock.
Tony has played his role as probably as well as any player has ever played their role here at UAB.
Lendeborg now at 9 points. And there's Yaxel with another rebound. Lendeborg, okay, there's your coast to coast, but he misses. And here's Azuero, forget that. Velvet tones of the 90s rhythm and blues singer, Alexander O'Neal. Remember him?
I do. I'm just old enough to remember Alexander O'Neal. I'm sure if it was a hot stove he was about to touch. You can tell he's making a conscious effort to not foul this game.
Lendeborg strong to the glass. That's 14. Tyron Moore out to Yaxel for a three. Good look, didn't go. Rebounded by under Andy Kennedy's lineup. I don't know if that's ever been done before. 5 numbers in succession. Meanwhile, Christian Coleman just having his own game, and then Lendeborg says, I'll play, with a follow-up dunk. Lendeborg, tough stop there, and he finishes. I mean, that's when he's got that position, that won't go, and A&M almost got that second chance. Jabari McGee, the strong drive, the finish by Lendeborg. Get out of my way.
It's the field goal percentage, that is, or ratio. That's a great ratio. The only problem is not enough made field goals, not enough assists.
Lendeborg. Coleman, there's a board for the double-double. Back to Yaxel, and Yaxel got deflected. Coleman now at 20.
Tyron Moore getting started at 2.
You were talking about Christian Coleman in the opening. That was him on that second chance. Lendeborg opens up with a medium-range jump shot.
Todd able to catch UAB in a defensive scramble of sorts in transition.
Yaxel for 3, short.
Preventing the Blazers from helping and digging in there that time.
Lendeborg still making some moves. No foul.
Time to switch out with a bigger UAB player.
Tyron Moore. There's Yaxel for 3 from the wing. Yes!
And great job making shots so far, but they haven't defended the paint exceptionally well yet tonight as they get their first paint basket there from Yaxel Lendeborg.
But a step back 3. Put back, no. One more for Lendeborg, no. One-on-one defense there. There's Butter. There's Yaxel for 3. Good job backing, under 9 remaining here in this first half. Lendeborg fouled from behind is, oh no, goaltending.
Games are tight. That's probably what drives coaches the most mad.
Another steal for UAB. Lendeborg with the emphatic dunk.
He did a fantastic job of just being able.
UAB working the clock now, Mo. Jabari got deflected. Back to Lendeborg. Oh my goodness. Talk about loose change.
Sometimes Christian Coleman stat sheet doesn't show his contribution so far this evening. He's done a great job of just being so active and disruptive defensively.
Lendeborg got a wing 3 off, rebounded. Lendeborg, shot clock at 5, takes the wing 2.
That time Tony electing to cut back, missing a putback jam that he probably scores 10 out of 10 times.
Nice feed, McGee, Lendeborg, 2.
McGee, great find, great patience. Yaxel Lendeborg there, not a concerns about a team coming out up after the half, playing so cautious. That time Lendeborg able to get it back.
The half by UAB.
And Yaxel Lendeborg has to touch this basketball.
He does. Mid-range is there. Follow up by Tony. Here's Tyron Moore, 3 ball. Lendeborg gets position, fires it up, no good. A rebound, Red Wolves. Look for big shot Butter. Is he on the floor? Yes. Vasquez. Lendeborg slams it home.
They struggle from the outside, from the perimeter so far this season. They're going to get a ton of opportunities to shoot jump shots as long as the zone is in effect.
Lendeborg with a great move, but could not finish.
So far.
Lendeborg, couple of moves. Soft finish.
At that time, a great feed from Tony. Back, matching up, not allowing them an opportunity for a quick, easy basket.
Now, Yaxel in the paint, spin move. He's got to take that.
And that time, good patience from Lendeborg there. Caught it.
Tony for 3. Follow. Lendeborg got hit from behind by Mark. UAB got the rebound. The offensive board gave it right back to him, and he took another 3 and missed. And that's where I would say, what do I do? I just missed an open 3. They gave it right back to me. Do you shoot? Do you pass? You see Prairieville still hustling and fighting. Lendeborg takes a 3. Yep.
And that's a shot that I was hoping he would take. It's in real.
Butter. And then the follow. Here's Lendeborg. Gets an offensive rebound. 2 points and a shot at a 3-point play. And a rebound for Lendeborg. 17 for Lendeborg. Oh, what a fancy finish by Jabari McGee.
Glass and offensively, just getting his spot on the bottom block.
Here's Lendeborg as he works his way to the hole in his game. He's so versatile, Mark. You know what I mean?
Memphis with Tyrese Hunter and P.J. Haggerty. I mean, that's 2 of the better guards in the country. Both of them can score. Right. Both of them can lead. And it's not like Penny Hardaway doesn't have a whole lot of talent across the front. Start calling Jabari the Puma.
On the drive for UAB, that's McGee again. Offensive rebound, Lendeborg.
Toward him. And he's a pretty doggone good basketball player, too. A double-double guy with the ball right now.
Takes it right in. It's rejected by Loof from Middle Tennessee. Buford's got it. A team that averages just over 11 turnovers per game and only 3 so far here today. Big reason why they are on top by 10. They get it into Lendeborg, and he misses on the dunk. And again, it was Loof that helped to redirect that one. Gets the defense moving and allows plays like that. 3 back the other way is no good by Johnson. Offensive rebound, Lendeborg finally getting back into the act here.
Is really hunting his shot with the ball right here.
Bounces it back, Lendeborg gets a step on Loof, takes it in for 2.
Great decision by Tyron Moore.
They've led by as many as 15 points in this game. Make it 16. That was back at 58-42. Now Lendeborg comes back to cut the lead down to 5.
Great job by
the 3. Takes it in, knocked away. Scooped up by Coleman. Tries to dump it inside. Lendeborg got it, and a foul. No foul. They're going to just count the basket. It's UAB.
McGee, Lendeborg, Coleman, Johnson, and Vasquez.
But Johnson coming off a good game.
There's Lendeborg on the feed from McGee.
This tournament. Transition defense. They're not getting out the three-point line, not communicating and matching up. It's hurt them the first 2 games.
As a weird
in the game.
Lendeborg out to Tony, strokes a 3, too strong. Offensive rebound, Lendeborg underneath. His shot won't go, but he tips it in. 2 offensive rebounds.
UAB slow getting back. They dodged a bullet on that play.
Vasquez rises for three. No, but Yaxel Lendeborg give him a rebound and 2 points. Has not made a three. They're 0 for 8 here in this 7th place game.
I think their bigger issues at the defensive end, defensive transition.
Lendeborg knocks in the first of the game.
Defensive transition, communication, and sprinting back. Those are the strengths of Louisiana, and that's the strength of the Blazers. The offensive glass, they're pounding it.
And shoot three. As Awiro with the rebound. Moore to Lendeborg. Lays it in with the left hand.
That's a big man. You can
Some of the most beautiful in the world.
Yeah, you can also scuba dive off Koki Beach. It's got a shelf there that drops way down, like 30 feet.
Looked like Coleman traveled with
That's
it as
what
he
I
grabbed
thought.
the rebound
He ran
there.
out with it, but Bob Marlin didn't complain. Another offensive rebound for the Blazers. There's that power move.
Oh, Lendeborg.
Too strong for Mustafa from that half-court trap they've been using.
A little better intensity on defense since this last time out for UAB. Lendeborg launches the three and connects, and just like that, it's a 1-point. Gets it to Garnett, and the shot is short. And now McGee on the run. The lob to Lendeborg, and it's a 2-and alley-oop.
Up his fourth, kind of a questionable foul call. Had to go sit. Another big man.
Yeah, as Awiro got ejected on a flagrant.
That really hurt UAB.
Stay with Jack Doherty in the game, a freshman out of Brookfield, Wisconsin, has had some really great moments early on in this freshman season. Grabs the rebound on the Lendeborg miss. Feels like he's got a team that from a year ago is a little bit bigger, faster, stronger. This is year number 2 in Conference USA.
And last year, think about yesterday, McNeese had 11 offensive rebounds against Illinois State. Thus far, UAB's got 0.
Here's Lendeborg, his first. Lendeborg drives down to the block. Now fadeaway shot over Pence. Walker rebounds. 31-point game against Indiana State.
Yeah, I did that on 12 shots, and that was in Terre Haute.
Lendeborg follows his own miss and makes it a 3-point.
Step-in three-point shooter, slid right to the open vision, and Banks found him.
There's Lendeborg, muscles his way to the rim. As Awiro, offensive rebound. Another putback. UT Martin at the start of this season, 7 rebounds in that game. And Lendeborg underneath. He's got soft hands as well.
I'd like to see more of that. UAB keeps answering. There it is, inside again.
Almost too deep underneath that basket. Works his way back towards the block. Coleman boxed out by Walker.
That backdoor cut.
Coleman squares up on Walker. Lendeborg wants a 3. That's good. Lendeborg just second 3-point. In for the Lancers.
We got the mismatch inside.
Lendeborg catch and shoot, count it, and an opportunity.
Dunk.
So 6-0 run for Longwood. UAB looking for some answers. Tony, offensive rebound.
Put your team, you're looking at the upcoming opponents. Those 2 years at TV.
And a half points per game. 5 points thus far for McClurg. There's Lendeborg underneath. And an 18 and 10 coming into this game here.
Well, Brad, he's on the top of every scouting report, and he will be all season long.
Left that shot short. Luke went up at Richards. Was not expecting that pass from Garland. And now Lendeborg in transition. Able to finish. That's a big man coming at you. Just to receive the pass. Johnson into Lendeborg, and Lendeborg showing the muscle.
Well, I did tell you what did, Brad. He went down issues. that long one has had, especially with Michael Christmas.
Lendeborg calling for it inside. He's in the double digits with 10 points now.
And they've got that match
to grow even from what he's showing right now.
Well, that's a scary thought. This guy's a double machine.
There's a rebound and a putback for 2 more.
That big boy move.
Longwood this half, just 1 for 5. Lendeborg like a freight train, then uses the soft touch and lays it in. Drive, Tony the rebound. Ahead to McGee, dump off, Lendeborg, blocked by Jefferson.
Oh, fantastic block by Jefferson.
Johnson to Tony, Coleman goes inside, Lendeborg, 16 points now. Yaxel Lendeborg.
Winning plays.
There's Lendeborg. He makes a lot of plays. Towards the baseline, left it short. NCAA tournament later that season. You got a field that seems like loaded with teams that could make the big dance. As Lendeborg with the rebound and the putback now has a double.
Crowley with 9 early. Mo, there's nothing you can do about that.
Well, Crowley, he's aggressive and he's not turning down opportunities to score the basketball. He recognizes that Youngblood is not here tonight, and he's going to have to do a little more offense.
Shocked if UAB didn't see 50-60% zone.
Well, most teams are going to zone him up because that way you can limit Yaxel Lendeborg's opportunities at offensive rebounds, and you can keep him out of the painted area attacking.
We're much lower going into that game, but tonight, from behind the arc, 0 for 9. Here is a highlight. Well, Lendeborg just laid it in softly. What a Johnson. Coleman tried the wing. That was tipped up and in by Yax.
When he has open three-point opportunities.
That's only his 3rd 3 of the year.
That may be the most athletic play you'll see from Tony. That save.
Lendeborg. Yeah, there's some.
But that's what you like about a score. He understands, let the game come in. So there's a look there.
Lendeborg tees one up. 4 for 11. Lendeborg. 1 shot so far, up and under with Williams on it. Erased by Bodo. He was waiting in the wings and swat. 4 seconds to shoot for the Blazers. Lendeborg off balance, rainbows it up and misses. It falls to Theum.
Get some rhythm for this offense for High Point.
10 to 2 points in the paint in favor of the
There's
Panthers.
A double.
Double comes on Lendeborg. Splits the 2 and he gets his first field goal.
Nice job that time being patient. Saw a little bit of a gap. Not going to be a score. They're going to use him as a screener, as a facilitator.
Lendeborg looking for back-to-back buckets. Not this time. It's vacuumed up by Bodo.
First action out. Slam dunk at home. That's an NBA play.
Hamilton, someone that scouts could easily become enamored with his skill set, that package of traits and ability. A second chance.
Not picking on Coleman. He's had 3 shots, all of them in the paint. Not come close to making one of them yet.
4th chance, and that's what it takes for UAB. They finally break the...
I like this.
Really pressuring toward the half-court line and a steal. Lendeborg cleared for takeoff.
You just saw what an All-American looks like.
So pivotal, the bottom line in a contest.
Well, there's not much coaching chess message about it, understanding what's going on, who's doing what.
Lendeborg jets to the cup.
There you go.
He's asserting himself.
Yeah. If you call Hamilton one.
Lendeborg trades paint down low. Good defense from Hamilton, but better offense. It's a 1-possession ball game. UAB has to get something up. Johnson harassed. He chucks up a 3. Hamilton might have gotten a piece. Lendeborg, 1 last chance from the corner. He heaves and can't get it. Williams rebounds. It's over at the...
You see Buckley deny more on the perimeter.
In less than 7 minutes. Here's Lendeborg with his first 2 points of the game.
That's Tony recognizing.
Robury, by the way, out of the game. Should be a little bit more space, but Coleman almost lost the handle. Lendeborg for three. He's got a home run in front of his face. Hines has got a little height on Tony, but he missed, and here comes Lord Lendeborg. Back to Yaxel for the slam finish.
We're creating an and one opportunity for Southeastern. Luckily, 10 points this game.
Lendeborg trying to take Robery to the rim.
And that's where Lendeborg has to start to look.
Follow his own miss. You hit a three, this place would go bananas. Gordon. There's Yax for three. Get it! 4 threes. No points in this game, but his team's out in front. Lendeborg got position almost unfair on Robery there. Lendeborg, elbow jumper. Look at Tony. Yeah, that's true. Say what, you got hair, you're not allowed on that bench for the Blazers. Lendeborg finishes.
Time.
18 for Steve has made his decision that he's going to free up his schedule to go to the Virgin Islands.
Right.
Well, it's very nice of him. Here's Lendeborg. What a finish. And he might be finished points-wise. He's
got to find guys that can knock shots down. And more importantly, you got to continue to shoot them when you're open.
Lendeborg, nice move. 2 points.
Anytime Hines, he's pretty versatile. 6'6" Hines.
Underneath, wide open, and another dunk for UAB, Yaxel Lendeborg.
On the offensive end, for sure, UAB does such a great job of shifting and changing defenses.
Coleman one-on-one. There's a three. Lendeborg has the first triple of the season for the Blazer. Ball, Christian Coleman gives to Yaxel Lendeborg. Blazers on the move. Tony to Lendeborg.
On that possession, if you go back and you watch the clip of that.
Gordon. Three ball from Lendeborg. Strong rebound underneath from
UAB here in the half-court set.
Another three, Lendeborg. That one rattles out, so 1 for 3 for Yaxel. These guys have missed a lot of time. Alvarez missed all of last season for Southern Miss with an injury. Lendeborg and the foul. Great finesse to finish that play off. Johnson needs a teammate. It is McGee. Lendeborg off right. Prince, and now they have become the primary guys to begin this final 20 minutes.
Southern Miss, when they were making their run at the end of the first half, they still didn't get a lot of easy baskets, as easy as that one was, from give an opportunity for a post-up.
6'7" versus 6'4". It works for Southern Miss. Lendeborg, pull up.
That is true historically of Blazer teams led by Andy Kennedy. Now, 2 seasons ago, in the tempo category, UAB ranked 31st in the country. Now, last year,
Coleman has played great tonight, nearing a double-double with 17 and 5, so has some work to do on the glass. Lendeborg had his shot blocked.
Izzy for the easy dunk.
Off the baseline, inbounds. Christian Coleman. Lendeborg, 3 ball is good. 4 minutes left in this game. UAB has controlled it from the very moment the ball was thrown up in the air. Lendeborg off right. Good rebound as Azuero. He is fouled on the
tone and set the mentality and intensity if you're UAB, defensively especially.
Lendeborg, short. Who else but Coleman? Lendeborg, got it. Well, he got in the paint. Wade scored 62 points against Vermont. And you see they've got 94 right now. Make it 96. Yaxel Lendeborg.
Nice defense. Squeezed there by TJ Long. Inside, Lendeborg position and then rejected, which is rare, but a great block by Ayo
despite of consistency and great success.
Lendeborg cannot get the home roll. By the way, it's early, Mo, but
and the Blazers got to find a way to get it to Yaxel Lendeborg.
Lendeborg draws a lot of traffic. Second chance, he spills. Shamir Bogues with a rare miss. Lendeborg trying to go coast to coast and with the left hand.
That time Lendeborg put his head down.
Talk with the Vermont people. They're having a blast already. And I'll tell you what, this trip will be a heck of a trip if they can steal a win here. Lendeborg follows his own miss. And those are only points able to hit here. Lendeborg trying to warm up, gets to the rim. Second chance, and Yaxel will go to the free throw line as well.
And because he's such a handful offense.
Lendeborg. And again, Fiorillo. Butter for three. Lendeborg for two. Got it.
And it's a transit. There's no rush. You did a great job getting a great stop.
Lendeborg trying to take Barnett. Friendly home bounce to tie it up. Did he call either one of them? I don't know if he called them, but they went in. Lendeborg, he'll try a three. That's going to be off. Lendeborg backing his man in. Muscles up. Cannot finish. Blake stolen by Lendeborg. Lendeborg around traffic. Second chance with the left hand.
Kurt, I'm not sure he didn't miss that shot on purpose right there.
Vasquez pulls it down.
And that time, great urgency from the Blazers.
For the tie. Got it.
If you're the Academy,
he's got to keep shooting, Mo.
You got to shoot it when you're open. You can't turn it down. That time,
Lendeborg, yes.
With a little bit of a push. That time McGee left it just a touch short.
In the last game out on Sunday.
Jump hook. Off the mark from Till. But the elbow floats it to Che. Shot clock at 8. Step back from Miles Che. Too short.
A little bit more than Che wanted. They're going to get out on him and close out on his three-point shooting team.
Oh, how about that rejection from Tony. Till strong to the hole, no good. Both teams really struggling shooting the basketball. 3 of 11 combined.
I think this ultimately over 40 minutes probably is a better thing for the Blazers, though.
Jump hook for Leuston is short. Lendeborg grabs the rebound.
Yeah, you don't see Leuston miss too many from that close. Coming from? I'm like Denzel Washington now in training day. I'm ready. Let's go.
Vegas odds are even. Long three off the mark. Lendeborg by Luxembourg. Che creates some room with his right arm and misses the jumper.
Yeah, Che started 1 for 8 the other night, but he is, oh my God.
Tills working on Butter Johnson. Che, a little bit of space from the mid-corner, short.
Yeah, Che had a big Coleman on him, knowing Coleman didn't want to come out on him. He tried to shoot the little
middles out. Leuston grabs the rebound.
And Leuston, he just snatches everything on. Look at this run out.
Dixon, little short. Lendeborg races across the timeline. The lob. Oh! Leuston liked his odds against McGee, didn't get it to happen. Tillis for 3, too strong. They are now 3 of 15 from deep is Irvine.
Yeah, too flat on that one. Great rebounded before any of the smaller UAB guys, any of the UCI guys could get to him.
Tillis, second straight miss. Lendeborg, another rebound.
Points off of turnovers has been the difference in this basketball game.
Falling away is Hone. It's just not been his night. 2 of 11 shooting from the floor. Oh, go to historic Hinkle Fieldhouse and play in the Final Four of the NIT. Big West freshman of the year, Dixon. Just off the mark. Lendeborg, another rebound. Christian Cole
for the three-point play in the lead with under a minute and a half to play.
And just like last game in their victory, their comeback victory, he has 8 points in the second half. Another huge second half for Chesh, with 7.1 fouls drawn per 40 minutes. That's according to Kempon. Getting him the basketball down low is lethal for the opposition. Now he's 3 of 4 from the free throw line on the night. His team the night for UAB.
Yeah, I gave him 15 rebounds. He's got 14 rebounds, but that was a big one right there. Oh, and he missed the front end of the one-on-one, so 1 point lead for UAB. Him out. He's just going to let him operate.
It's Lendeborg this time. To the hole. Loiston's in his way. Gets his own rebound. 5 on the clock. No good again. Tillis has it and controls.
For the Broncos. Carlos Stewart caught midair, couldn't decide if he wanted to pass it or shoot it. Goes out of bounds. UAB basketball able to pull out a victory. 8 on the shot clock for the Broncos. Cameron Tongue, the defense underneath.
Threes, they're pushing it. They're not taking a lot of time off the clock, which is the danger zone for them.
Lendeborg tips the rebound to himself, now runs the break. Lendeborg. Cameron Tongue. It's been very impressive finding shots against double teams in the paint, but that one
before they attempted on both possessions.
And again, a quick possession on the other side by UAB. Tilly underneath, the reverse layup is short. Bad miss there, but an offensive rebound. Ensminger missed the second effort. Lendeborg. Stewart had a long 2 before the last timeout that was changed to a 3-pointer during a review at the media timeout. So that is why there's a 4-point lead. Make it a 5 on the shot clock. Carlos Stewart. Good defense. Lendeborg standing tall. Now the other way with the left hand. Lendeborg draws the double team. Vasquez lips out at 3. Lendeborg, the rebound on the offensive glass, and he'll go to the free throw line. Stewart and Tilly, the other 2. For the Broncos. Missed the back end, and another rebound for Yaxel.
And they want him to be assertive with that jump shot. Sometimes he misses the first one, and he gives up on it.
Fleming misses a 3. Lendeborg, who is a rebounding machine, grabbing the loose ball.
The Hawk, that's great defense by Finkel.
The steal by Finkley, the feed to Brown, the reverse layup, no good. The rebound grab by Lendeborg.
Anthony Finkley with the great denial.
And UAB has turned it over 3 times in their last 4 trips. Lendeborg floater, no good, got it back, fouled by Finkley.
Right, 52 makes, and 135 of his 209 shots are threes. You got to find him.
Moore's a team leader in made threes. Simpson tries a 3, comes up empty. Lendeborg with the kick. Story because he was so modest about that. He it's like, well, I had the game-winning shot.
Right, he said, well, we hit a game winner, and I said, who hit it? He said, well, I did.
In the rebounding department. Brown tries to beat Ezewiro to the lane. He cannot. Vasquez with a rebound, looking to run. Vasquez, pull up 3, grazes the rim. Lendeborg right there with an easy follow. Nobody had a body. Finkley trying to back his way down towards the rim. Haskins cutting, blocked by Lendeborg. Ezewiro. Simpson will pop. No good on the 3. Another rebound for Lendeborg. Brown looking for a screen, gets it.
Can't connect. Lendeborg with the rebound, looking to run. Lendeborg barreling in, missed the shot, got it back, puts it up, off the window and in.
That's what he does so well. I mean, I don't know. With how physical this game's been, I don't know about that one.
And on the 1-and-1, Haskins misses the free throw. Lendeborg stops. Haskins powers up, blocked by Coleman, taken by Lendeborg. Bounce pass. Haskins bumps into Lendeborg. Off balance shot, missed it. UAB on the run. Vasquez. Lendeborg trying to create. Coleman floater, too strong, tipped around. Lendeborg leans in, stuffed at the rim, out of bounds. Hawks ball. Lendeborg sizing up Finkley. Butta Johnson launches, no good. Lendeborg with a save. Tony, no good. 4 to shoot, nearly stolen. Reynolds launches, no good. Lendeborg with a rebound. Coleman running the lane.
And on down the line, including P.J. Carter from UT San Antonio, who comes off the bench. 1 of 2, and Lendeborg the rebound. Had a couple of really good games against them. Went for 16 points and 17 rebounds last time. And now Lendeborg pulls one down. And Lendeborg looking for an assist as the Blazers.
If they shoot a bunch of 2, there's a good chance they can get it. That time they get it on the first one.
Colby Rogers dribbles into a jumper, and Lendeborg rips down another rebound. 18 points a game and 11 boards for Lendeborg. Got to stop Haggerty, and now you're worried about Danger. And Lendeborg with the win in his head-to-head matchup on that trip. Coleman running the from Butta Johnson.
Well, and that's just a great play by your point center, Lendeborg.
Haggerty through traffic, nothing doing. UAB looking to reclaim the lead. Tony gives it up. Jourdain with the off-balance jump stop, and the lob ahead. Butta Johnson says, I got it, off fire.
Great history between both of these teams that goes way back. Fun rivalry, even if Memphis has dominated the win column.
Yeah, the battle for the bones today will not only be a trophy, but
whether he was scoring or passing.
Haggerty finds Danger.
UAB lucky there. That just wasn't enough resistance there by Coleman.
And a run out. Whoa, he went
for today is how they defend Yaxel Lendeborg. He said, you got to be able to go straight at him, and when we can, let's bring another body over, make him feel that pressure.
Well, the easy 0 for 2 today from the free throw line, and nearly a lane violation by Ezeguero. Lendeborg the rebound. Alyssa.
It was something that Penny Hardaway talked about yesterday as far as danger.
Stop at Wichita State.
Memphis, one of the best three-point shooting teams percentage-wise, but they have not been but 21% in the first 2 games here.
Second effort, Lendeborg results in a foul. Where the team enters and leaves the floor to keep all that trash from ending up on the opposition again. Danger is really turning into an issue at the free throw line.
Yeah, that's usually coming in looking for the 3 ball. It's a tough 2.
Haggerty on the other end, begging for a whistle. Numbers for UAB on the run. Lendeborg steps through.
Offensive rebounds if there's not inside shots.
And now the floater. And Lendeborg fighting for the loose ball, saves it in the corner. Another crack at it for the Blazers. Run McGee off a baseline screen. Back out to Tony. Lendeborg squeezes the offensive rebound. Foul on his way back up. Lendeborg gives it up. Butta Johnson in the paint. Has it blocked by Danger into Lendeborg's hands. And a whistle. It's been end of the road for Yaxel Lendeborg and UAB. And interesting to see what his offseason looks like as he finishes and continues to climb the draft chart. Yesterday, it was a slow start for the Mean Green. They're down 5 at half, but played lights out in the second half. Yaxel Lendeborg corrals the rebound.
And this is where they're really dangerous when he gets the defensive rebound.
The paint touch for Sissoko. Trying to power Lendeborg. If there's one thing that is short on Lendeborg, it's his size. Sissoko outweighs him by a few pounds. Season. Includes Brennan Lorient. He was a great scorer. Transferred from Florida Atlantic, a couple of years with the Owls, and he has upped his game since he made the move to Denton. Lendeborg with the rebound, trying to take it all the way, and was originally committed to St. John's, but when Mike Anderson was fired, he re-entered the market. Lendeborg with the follow, so go figure. Latrell Giselle with a step back. Lendeborg with the rebound.
Good job by Coleman, because one thing North Texas really likes to do is they like to get the matchup there.
But a 6'9" Newell. McGee powers through, and it's rejected by Newell. Straight to Lendeborg. And he finishes through contact. Or terrible twos. Lob to Lendeborg. Great balance, but he can't finish. And it's ripped away from behind. Fantastic effort by in the win against East Carolina.
Well, when you're playing through an injury, there's no better medicine than a made three. All of a sudden, you're like, you know what? I think it's loosening up a little bit. Feeling okay.
And there's a big grimace. Andy Kennedy told Newell with the drive on Lendeborg. Kind of what you suggested. Just attack him if he's at less than full strength. But Lendeborg enough to turn him around and come out of there with the basketball. Jump stop out to Tony. Coleman. And Lendeborg corrals the rebound. A great possession for UAB, but they bail out with a second. Jonathan Massey gives it up. Latrell Giselle, no. And Lendeborg finds the rebound. He wants to push. 2-on-2. Lendeborg. Lendeborg, pull-up jumper. No good. And it's tipped out to the Blazers. They get another chance. Lendeborg another board, and he's fouled as he picked it up.
UAB switching 1 through 5.
Lendeborg with the dig down and then the block, and he finds it in the corner.
Well, that's just all instinct. They're switching 1 through 5, and he just saw.
Jabari McGee off the mark. Lendeborg looking to be aggressive. Back up, rolls on. Riley says, I'm about to take over, get out the way. 4 seconds, 3 on the shot clock, step back 3. And a strong board from Lendeborg.
Well, that's the defensive versatility of UAB, and they played to their potential.
The guys have to Andy Kennedy, because he is honest, he is real, and he makes guys better. Coleman's jumper off the mark, but Lendeborg with that motor will draw the foul on the rebound.
Exactly right. That's a.
Vasquez finds the cutting McGee, but he can't finish. The tip up is good.
Lendeborg staying after it.
Take Lendeborg off the bounce. Comes to a stop, and Lendeborg got a piece of that one. Inside, Lendeborg another block.
You see his defensive ability. The advantage right now for UAB is going to be on the interior.
Coleman trying to keep it alive. He tipped it to Lendeborg, who has been everywhere on both ends. A 4-point lead for UAB. Farrell, 3. Lendeborg, another rebound. Vasquez will go 1-on-2. Look, good thing down with 7 on the shot clock. He's got the switch on the big man. Now that's a deep 2. And it's Lendeborg again. That's his 8th rebound here in the first half.
May it be in the NBA or professionally abroad, but it's that type of mentality of wanting to get better every single day is why you see number 3 in white making such an impact.
Richard, he's got me.
When you look at the early season non-conference work, may not have had the showing that they wanted, but I'm telling you, if you see how they're playing now, none of these teams are teams that you want to see in March.
Yaxel Lendeborg. Lendeborg, offensive rebound on 2 black jerseys, and he
big to big action. That was incredible. Christian Coleman going up top.
Felton trying to come back. Lendeborg with his 12th board. Lendeborg with the ISO again. Skip pass. Moore 3. Lendeborg, another rebound. But Johnson, will he make it this time? Yes.
Be huge for UAB in this conference tournament.
3. Hayes. And it's Lendeborg snatching down rebound number 14.
At a time that Ole Miss came right in and was able to win the West Division in the SEC, and here he is coming back to his alma mater, UAB, and has the Blazers back to their winning ways.
5th tried to make a run. UAB has answered. Now a 12-point lead. Pull up Jay off the mark, and Lendeborg says, no one's getting my rebounds tonight.
Magnets on his hand. Anything that gets close, he's just...
4 or 5 from the floor, 10 points, 3 rebounds. Lendeborg through the chest, tips it up and good. How do you stop this man, Lendeborg?
That is because he was playing the game the right way. When you start to hunt for it, it never works out that way. It's the basketball gods.
He got the block, the kick ahead to Coleman, throws it up top, and the lay-in with just 1:18 to play. And he picks up another rebound. That's number 19. In and out dribble.
Numbers. He's flirting with 30, 20, and 10.
Felt in the step back. McGee got a hand on it.
20th board.
And here's
a category for UAB. Dominate inside. They've got 2 very impressive front court players who can take advantage of this 2-lane interior. And they got to take care of the basketball. When they turn it over, UAB, when they lose,
Vasquez off the bounce. They find Lendeborg in the corner for 3. That is his first attempt. It's tipped around and kept alive. Lendeborg grabs it on the baseline. Up top to Tyron Moore. Already has 2 threes. One of the most improved players he has coached in a long, long time. Now, this guy has meant so much. He misses on a rare free throw. 89% free throw shooter came in
the floor as well. Maybe he can have an impact on the offensive end.
Williams for Banks. Corner pop. Around and off. He's made 2 second-half threes. And here comes Lendeborg. He can do this inside 7.5 minutes. Glenn double comes. Banks is left open for 3. And Lendeborg has his 5th rebound. Lendeborg averages nearly
broken plays, them not calling plays, but being open. Ball's moving against his zone early against FAU.
Lendeborg on the offensive glass, cutting at the rim is McGee, and he gets the bucket.
To exert himself to get this game back to where it's supposed to be as a lead for UAB if we want it.
Here's Baba Miller missing everything. And Lendeborg, you can tell, he's got that look like he's trying to, you can feel the intensity in this one tonight.
Yes, you can.
Lendeborg tips it to himself, trying to get a 3rd chance, but Moretti corrals the board.
The playmakers.
3 ball, Glenn. And a good box out underneath by Lendeborg.
It's a secondary break.
Auburn hosts number 7 Alabama, followed by number 24 Arizona and Kansas. Then Cooper Flag and number 2 second-ranked Duke taking on North Carolina. Double teamed, has to get rid of it. So here goes McGee, working off 2 feet. It is tough sledding inside as Lendeborg. He's got a bucket, he's got 9. Yep. And a hold on the rebound as Lendeborg fighting for position. 8-point lead for the Blazers. Here's Baba Miller missing at the rim. And it's tracked down by Lendeborg. Hosting number 7 Alabama, it's 2:30, followed by number 24 Arizona and Kansas. And Cooper Flag and second-ranked Duke taking on North Carolina.
I think Alabama wants to get back against Auburn from what happened in Tuscaloosa.
Was short. Lendeborg grabs the rebound.
Yeah, you'll see Loiston miss too many from that close down. He shoots 58% from the field.
And on the other end, a bucket for the Blazers.
Coleman didn't want to come out on him. He tried to shoot a little mid-jump shot, but I think he rushed himself trying to fool Coleman.
Coleman already has 9 points. Give him 11. When this dude scores more than 15 over the past 2. Dixon, little short. Lendeborg races across the timeline. The lob. Oh, and coming down from the rafters is McGee at 6'1". Seemed like he dropped. He's deadlocked at 64.
Lendeborg in the corner. Johnson raises for three. Nails the triple.
Oh, my goodness.
It's been very impressive finding shots against double teams in the paint, but that one a little too strong, and it leads to a three-pointer on the other end for Tyron Moore. Lendeborg looks like he wants to take over this ball game. Draws a double. Inside, Christian Coleman underneath.
Just such a great play from
that was changed to a three-pointer during a review at the media timeout. So that is why there's a 4-point lead. Make it a 2-point lead. Christian Coleman flying in.
Create space even when you're up on him tight.
Tony muscling it in.
Muscling with body balance, taking it right.
Buzzer beater for the Terps.
Nice to see a buzzer beater. I haven't seen many in this tournament.
I have not. McGee, a straightaway three. And Jabor.
Give them tremendous credit. It looked like they might have just said, let's close the book on the season, and all of a sudden they caught life.
Tie ball game. Jabori McGee.
Another rebound for Lendeborg. Lendeborg, no look feed. Oh, Christian Coleman with a sledgehammer. The definition of rim protection tonight. Lendeborg,
Nice.
and Azuero delivers a posterizing dunk. Launches, no good. Lendeborg with a rebound. Coleman running the lane.
I like those into a jumper, and Lendeborg rips down another rebound. 18 points a game and 11 boards for Lendeborg. Johnson for three. Ephraim Butta Johnson had a great shooting game. Danger on the bench for the time being. Lendeborg matched up with the freshman Harris, looking for another assist, and he gets it on the triple from Butta Johnson.
Well, and that's just
to go straight at him, and when we can, let's bring another body over, make him feel that pressure.
Well, the easier said than done as he leads the break and gets another assist on the three.
This is a UAB team that gets over 15 points a game, 7th in the country in transition.
Coleman steps through, and they're going to get goaltending call. Musa Cisse taking it off the backboard.
Well, and that's twice now. Jasper Florida has stayed in front of him.
Pinballs in to Coleman, who'll take the feed from Lendeborg for the jam. They went to the zone. Loses it. Lendeborg got to get his feet underneath him.
I mean, that's coast to coast all the way with a healthy Lendeborg.
He finds Coleman, and Coleman is able to finish.
Great job by Coleman sprinting.
Lendeborg guarded by Wright. Size advantage there. They switch out on him. Now to Tony. He's done it again. Tony after the late switch, and Wright. Oh, no good. Sissoko's tip no good. McGee finds Luxembourg out in front to Vasquez, and an exclamation point for UAB.
And up where he left off.
Tony sets the feet, lets it fly. Both teams coming out red hot to start this one.
You're a tough team and can get some stops. A really good job on that last possession to sit down.
Coleman, rim run. He is the X factor. UAB said when they dissect the game, and Farrell's three, Lendeborg another rebound. Vasquez will go 1-on-2. Look at the strength from the guard from Queens, New York.
And the beautiful board.
Lendeborg, he's calling for it. He's trying to take this thing over. And Coleman coming through. Oh, baby. Skip pass. Moore. Three. Lendeborg, another rebound. Butta Johnson, will he make it this time? Yes.
And Lendeborg gives him a nod. Say, I'm coming right back.
19. In and out dribble. Showing the handles. Vasquez inside, and that is assist number 8. 2 away for a triple-double for Lendeborg.
Decision and going with it.
9 for 12 after a 1 of 9 start for UAB. Tyron Moore run off the three-point arc. Doesn't matter. He's filling it up from everywhere, and UAB has its first. Moore thought about it. Hit 3 first-half triples. UAB 35% from the floor in the second half. Credit this Tulane defense as Moore hits a 4-3 on cue.
But being open, ball's moving against his zone early against FAU.
Lendeborg on the offensive glass, cutting at the rim is McGee, and he gets the bucket plus the foul.
And you see him stand a big against a shot blocker like Coleman.
Lendeborg, inside-outside game, and McGee says, thank you very much.
Knocking down. The game, if you're Yaxel, this is what you like. One-on-one matchup, no need to pass until you get doubled.
McGee straight on. It is Jabari McGee time. Lendeborg, nothing but black jerseys, gives it up to McGee off the bounce. That soft touch gets the roll.
Well, we know who has the hot hand, and that's minutes to play. And you like to see this right now, especially tournament time, being able to milk the clock, go get what you want offensively. Great, no look pass.
What a pass from Lendeborg.
He's had a tremendous first season with the Shockers.
I love a great airborne jump stop, and he just covered about 15 feet on that one.
Lendeborg gives it up, and that's laid in by Coleman.
Christian Coleman is such a
5-point lead. McGee gives it to Lendeborg. He faces up and finds the open cutter. Christian Coleman for the flush.
Boy, do you think Lendeborg and Coleman are
good defense there by Azuero. Kick wide open in the corner. The three is up and in.
Simplicity is beautiful.
Azuero setting the screen. Not used that time by Moore. Jump stop. Lendeborg passed up the three for Vasquez. This man has not missed a shot tonight. 5 of 5, and that's his first. The spin by Cortez. That free throw made by Ballard into the scoring drought of over 3.5 minutes for the Shockers. Leading ahead. Oh my goodness. Jabari McGee elevates. Flush. 5 minutes to go. Blazers with the ball up a dozen. Lendeborg, nice bounce pass, and ooh, Azuero hurts the rim again.
UAB comes up with it. Temple showing some zone look. Here's Lendeborg on the cut. Kicks in the corner. Tony got it.
We've already shown what a miss.
Lendeborg, short corner. They bring Settle onto him. Now Coleman says, why not? Mid-range. First bucket for Christian Coleman.
See, out again, so they're just trying to get him 100%, knowing there's a bigger picture at stake. And if he can come back, boy, is this going to be a team that's way better than their seed in the conference tournament.
Tyron Moore splashes from Howard 2 years ago. Has really blossomed in a great score for this Temple team, giving them 12 a game.
Yeah, just 180 pounds, but he's slithery.
Tyron Moore for 3. Booster Academy. Spent some time in the Pocono Mountains in Pennsylvania. He was the #2 player in the state of PA. Christian Coleman into double figures now with 10. Picked to win the American coming into the season. McGee for 3. Got it. And Dane, you think about where you gives it up. Moore back to Lendeborg. 2 to shoot. Contested 3. Good. Alejandro Vasquez.
Tony inside, off the glass. Tony. Butta Johnson again. 3 more. Back-to-back threes by Butta Johnson.
And, you know, I met Amir's dad. I knew Amir's dad and Sharif's dad very well. He was so proud of both of them. And he always said Amir was more like him than Sharif as far as the
Lendeborg. They've got Brown on him for the time being. Up to the top, wide open for 3. It's up, it's good by McGee.
What do you do there?
Back rolls off. He got it again.
You have to rebound the basketball.
Lendeborg back out. Johnson, another 3. This one's good.
Yeah.
Vasquez tries to answer and does to give UAB the lead at 2. Lendeborg. Corner 3 up. That's good. Tony, a drill. Riley, pump fake, launches. Can't get the 3. Lendeborg with a loose ball. 3 ball up. That's good. Another 3 for Tyron Moore.
In this set. Here he is, top of the key. Looking to distribute. Nice cut by Johnson.
Well, he's such a talented passer.
More fast break points than UAB in this one. That is a stark contrast to the scouting reports. Coleman off the window.
See, that's Lendeborg in a nutshell.
Lendeborg in the corner. There's the double. And he finds Tony out of it. For Texas breakdown, and Tony.
Here's win over UAB. UAB returns 40.
And that's the difference. And you can tell UAB this season averaging over 80 points per game.
Shadow against Yaxel with the steal. Trying to go around the defender. Nice lead pass. Bucket. Tony on the finish. And he's gotten 2 rebounds in about 15 seconds. One on each end of the courts. And now he's trying to pick up an assist, and he will on the finish from McGee.
Braswell both times moving without the basketball. See Charlotte here show the zone. UAB struggled so much in the first half. They didn't struggle in the paint, though.
Vasquez having.
I remember being a freshman, and those really good games were few and far between sometimes because you have some up and down moments as a freshman. For him, this is a great confidence.
The Red Sea right there. Michael trapped on the baseline, turned it over. Lendeborg, quick head ahead. And Tony converts it this time. 7-0 racing out of the gate.
Serena, he had been playing well, and he just kind of rocketed to a different level and didn't stop till the end of last season.
Tough angle there, but Esguero's able to get it to go.
Esguero is
right there. Here's Tyron Moore. Lendeborg rebounds. Moore will try a 3 this time. That one splashes home. Blazers back up.
That is when you get those, Chad. You get tonight. Good offenses. Give it to that guy. They love that. They love that ISO.
Tried to dump it off and did, and the finish is converted by McGee.
How did he see that guy? And then
Lendeborg isolated against Isaiah Barnes.
You see how much attention he draws?
And it creates a wide open look for Tony, who pays it off.
Lendeborg, for him, is their best shot. So they're just trying to get him to be a little bit more aggressive. Not too often you hear a coach tell a guy to be more aggressive.
But a Johnson with a 3 for UAB. Blazers are staying in this game.
He just is so skilled. Just changes the whole dynamic of the Tigers on the offensive end.
Johnson catch and shoot. Tough one goes for Johnson. Starting 3 for 3.
To protect himself from Lendeborg, who's a very good shot blocker. Just a great post move there. But the third one we've seen so far in this game, another heat check.
Oh my! But a Johnson with 3s on 12 assists for Memphis. A breathtaking first 18 minutes. Esguero from Lendeborg with a rim rocker.
And that's the easiest look in the paint that UAB has gotten. Found a great tip out by Nick Jourdain. The Memphis Tigers, team that has struggled at times offensively this year, is firing today.
Johnson again.
Job that time by the Blazers. They didn't come together and they didn't communicate on the switch. And great recognition by Hunter just to keep it himself.
Tony with an open 3. Lendeborg kicks it out for his 5th assist. Coleman, well, we were chatting before the game. Maybe it takes you 10, 11, 12 games to establish who you want to start. That's Jabari McGee with an and-one opportunity.
And at the top of the conference standings, and everything that they want is, of course, still right there. Theirs for the taking.
That's Moore for 3. Yes, Tyron Moore. However, they're only down by 6. Lendeborg with the assist. Coleman with the flush.
That time.
Pull the boards, but the Roadrunners and Austin Claunch, they have hung around. Down by 4. Butta 2 off the glass.
And good things happen for the Blazers when they slow down and execute.
Lendeborg had the head fake. Vasquez pull up, got it.
Basket.
On the outside to just say, hey, forget it.
And the more teams play zone, because we're seeing UAB forced to take some three-point shots. Of course, the percentages this season, teams are going to play the percentages. UAB has not.
30th career double-double at UAB in what would be a year and a half. And there's one more assist. How about that?
That's how Monsanto coming off of a seemingly non-existent down screen. That time, not even a real screen.
Tony trying to answer and does. 1 year at Georgetown. Last year at Florida State. Nice cut. And the basket, guess who gets the assist?
That time, Yaxel Lendeborg.
Tony has been hot, and he stays that way. Tony, senior guard. Throw it into traffic, and it's taken away by Lendeborg. Johnson for 3, and he hits it. We talked a lot about Lendeborg out in the gym, and it's paying off. Here comes Moore coming back the other way, open 3. And that was set up again by Lendeborg. Found him on.
Well, you got the big lead. They don't want South Florida shooting threes. So they're going to play it one-on-one in the post right now.
Vasquez, his jumper is good. He hasn't had a lot of minutes tonight, but he. Stroud working the defense. Tony off the glass.
So Lendeborg just taking him here in the second half.
9-point margin. 2.5 to go. Lendeborg dishes off to Coleman. Big time play by a big time player.
Here's the starting 5 for UAB. 4 of the 5 returned from last year. Tony, Buddy Johnson, Lendeborg, and Christian Coleman. And a great find by Lendeborg to the cutting Johnson. Jabari McGee, they've had like 8 different leading scorers in games. They have, exactly 8. Not like 8. I can read. Lendeborg kicks it. Tony hits it for 3. Tony, who had 5 of those in U.S. just right. I don't know. You'll get partial credit. Here's Lendeborg against Carroll. Kicks it out for a little finger roll for Christian Coleman. Lendeborg once again a willing passer. 6'11", floats it off the rim. Good rebound for Coleman. Ball's floated ahead to McGee. Lendeborg bounces for Coleman. Already the 4th assist for Yaxel Lendeborg. That was the 58th field goal attempt in 14.5 minutes of this game. 3 for Tony, rattles in his second. Who'd it come from? Walker. Lendeborg was all over that reverse drive. 5-on-4 for UAB. Lendeborg lob, and Coleman couldn't catch cleanly, but he comes down with it to finish his own miss. With it, it's loose. It is Lendeborg's. Here they come, 3-on-1. Vasquez finishes. Lendeborg to Vasquez, and the nation's second leading fast.
Good job of getting back in transition, matching up, not allowing UAB to push the basketball. UAB best team in the country in fast break points.
There's a high percentage shot by Christian Coleman.
The basket's Caleb Banks. He's going to attack.
Long 3 straight away off the mark. Johnson's got a good look, and he buries the 3 from the left wing.
And that time, Yaxel to the shooter opposite. Great find.
Lendeborg out to Moore. And ring up another. 2 for 2 from distance.
Not able to get back in transition. Green able to leak out for the easy one. But you got to love the aggressiveness of the Blazers.
There's another 3, this time by Tony.
Still able to stay patient.
Oh, nice unselfish play as Christian Coleman with the slam, thanks to
between Yaxel Lendeborg and Christian Coleman.
A steal by Lendeborg. Tony again, yes! Splash. Doing stock work and stocking the shelves, got stronger. And the story just got better, and there is a nice jumper by
Tony.
No, that's right.
Or also holding Tulane to less than 70 points. We talk about Tulane's ability to score the basketball in conference play so far, averaging 88 points.
Rebound comes down to UAB. Here's Lendeborg.
Great pass.
Draws the attention, and McGee pays off the unselfishness.
Yaxel Lendeborg is Michael, only a freshman, but strong to the rim.
Kick to Yaxel. Nice no-look. Free throw jumper drops down. Alejandro Vasquez. If you fast break team in the country. Lendeborg underneath. Yes. Give the assist. He finds him
down and dejected. They've responded today. They've done what a championship level team should do. Take it out on the next team.
Lendeborg an assist. Give him
a little move up and under. McGee to the hole. That is not there, but it's tapped out by the Mean Green. They get another crack at it here as a pull-up from Tony. Tony is good on the baseline. Second chance point. Richardson for UAB. I don't care if the shot doesn't go down. That was perfect offense, unselfish offense by North Texas. Lendeborg, and it goes out to the corner, and Johnson hits a big one. That's a three for Bud. Game. How good is that by Lendeborg? Yep. Double team, back out Vasquez. Three ball. In the Maui Invitational title game. Auburn's number 2 right now. Mississippi State number 17 in the country. And then they lost to Arkansas State at home. You and I were there for that game, Mark. As Vasquez drains a 3 here for UAB. But the Moore is a good player. I think he's more of a scoring guard. He looks for his shot a lot. But he is deferring now to guys like Lendeborg. There's more from deep. Got it again. Right on cue. But why is he open? Because he gives the ball to Lendeborg.
With a team such as UAB who has such good defenders at every spot.
Also, when you fall behind, that'll hurt. Coleman with the emphatic dunk.
Coleman is picking up right where he left off.
And Lendeborg, offensive rebound. Coleman, long 2, swish.
That time UAB, every Blazer touched the bat available if they're looking for them.
Vasquez with the steal. Change of possession, corner 3, Butter. So wish.
Played a lot of different places.
Yaxel gives up a shot. Moore, a 3 ball.
On the next defensive possession. That's the shot A.J. Vasquez has to take initially. Comes off the ball screen, he's wide open, he has to shoot it. The Blazers get lucky there with Christian Coleman able to
now get to coach one of the most popular players in Angel Reese. What's it been like working with her?
She's been great. She's been great. We've talked a little bit over the phone and we texted a while, so she's been great.
Everything has gone his way.
And Alabama A&M, they have not done a good job tonight boxing out. We saw Yaxel Lendeborg steal a possession there with an offense.
Butter Johnson, who had checked in, finds Coleman. Lendeborg. McGee. Wing shot, 3. Bingo. Is his 3rd, by the way. UAB with numbers, 2-on-1. Alejandro Vasquez. Out of Queens, New York.
The made basket caught UAB trying to set up the half-court trap. Blazers not able to get in position quick enough.
McGee attacks and scores. You like that, Mo?
Well, catching Tony sleeping, and Tony was actually in pretty good position to challenge. I think Petway surprised him when he loaded up so quickly.
Ezuero with the emphatic dunk.
And there's no more of that. You've got to be willing to take some of the responsibility of being the best player, and I think he can. I know he will. And for Andy Kennedy, he has to. Thinking a little bit, and when you're thinking, you're not reacting. He's too good of an athlete not to react properly.
Jabari McGee with the McDunk. His first 2 points. Lead down to 7. Tony gets contact.
That time, Tony ran directly into the chest of to extend the history and build on the tradition that's already there before them.
He was an assistant coach as Aguero with the emphatic dunk. Lendeborg feeds more for three. Got it.
And those are good.
Lendeborg gets a defender up in the air. Vasquez now for three, and it is good. There's Lendeborg inside. Now out to Vasquez. A good look. There's an open spot as Vasquez has. In the corner, Tony launches the three, and it's good.
Well, we talk about playing through Yaxel. This one, getting that fourth place game on Monday, a chance to get 2 wins in a tournament that's really competitive.
Deep three buried by Moore.
Days of basketball, stacking practices, just getting better and better every day and growing each day. This is a really good challenge for Illinois State.
Vasquez buries a three.
Spread out the defense.
4 different Blazers have all made a three so far as well. Vasquez is one of them, knocks in number 2. Lendeborg comes up with a loose basketball.
Costly turnover. See if they can take advantage.
Johnson looking for the tie.
Yeah, Butters in rhythm.
80 all.
But Johnson's.
The Blazers taking a timeout after the foul on Luke and come out of the break. Moore launches the three, and UAB hits their first three of the game.
Too hard, rebounded by Coleman. Up to Lendeborg, and then right back to McGee for 2. Transition, Lendeborg pushes it up to McGee. McGee's got to wait for some help. No look pass, and then Butta finishes.
Blazers doing a great job of sharing the basketball, moving feet of the help side position.
As Aguero checks in. Oh my goodness, that counts. For literally.
Recognize that Youngblood is not here tonight, and he's going to have to do a little more offensively to help keep this close.
As Aguero with the emphatic finish.
Yeah, basketball, he's a much better passer this season, and of course playing the passing lanes as we see there.
And he's a thief. And Greg Gordon slams one home.
Around the horn they go. UAB just 2 of 13 from the floor so far. Johnson looking to catch fire. He banks it in. Back-to-back triples from Johnson. This to the cup and lost the handle. Lendeborg leading the break. Kicks it far corner, 3-pointer on the way and in.
Excellent recognition to make the extra pass. Trying to beat Toots. Coleman grabs his own miss. And here we go, Lendeborg. McGee for 3. Got it!
And one of the best times to bounce that Yaxel Lendeborg not able to corral. Wasn't a ton of Lions in his vicinity.
Reverse as Aguero. 2 points.
That time. Reese against Vermont, as well as Southern Miss.
Lendeborg, kick out. Tony for 3. Bingo!
And Lendeborg, he draws.
1-and-1, he misses, and Coleman.
Blazers very fortunate to come up with the defensive rebound there.
Gordon with the layup. So Greg Gordon with 6. Ripping a grip, but no steal. McGee at least slowed things down. Here's Gordon having a big game. Now remember, Greg Gordon.
But couldn't find a way to make any. Hopefully tonight will be a little different.
There is a steal for Lendeborg. Up ahead for the slam. Great start for UAB and Tony.
The 2 programs, they've actually met 29 times here in Birmingham. But yeah, if you guys remember, Southern Miss beat UAB December 1st of last year in Birmingham.
And now we see yet another turnover. Yaxel Lendeborg, Tyron Moore, his 3 is good.
And UAB picking up where they started the game.
Bench.
Well, at some point when you play poorly or not as well as you should have played or expected to play, you have to continue playing, not so much for tonight. This is the second half that they're putting together.
15-point game.
You know, no one's blocked Christian Coleman.
Oh, Coleman blocks Watson. Up ahead. Showtime for Vasquez. Their jackets packed.
So to take a coat.
What a fun trip that'll be for this team as they come together. UAB, they have come together in a big way. Coleman says, I need at least.
Else beat him. They cannot let Loish operate that close to the basket.
Operating too close for comfort. Lendeborg has it taken away. Crafty play by... Wow, Vasquez, he is quick. So crafty. Oh, but it'll be waved off because Lendeborg came from the back. Locked at 69. The future first-round draft pick with the basketball. Lendeborg jackknifes into the lane and travels. Now he's 3 of 4 from the free throw line on the night. His team is up 3.
Yeah, Susie jinxed him from the free throw line, saying what a good free throw shooter is.
Looks like we have a foul off the ball.
He is the Hawks' all-time leading scorer.
Well, that's great. The denial, Lendeborg had to catch it all the way into the Hawk. That's great defense by Finkel.
The steal by Finkley, the feed to Brown, the reverse.
He's been a lot better for them.
The kick to Lendeborg. And he lost the ball out of bounds. Lendeborg has played a lot of minutes.
What a player.
Into Yaxel Lendeborg. Lendeborg smothered by Hawks. A jump ball. The possession arrow works in favor of the Hawks. Powers up. Blocked by Coleman. Taken by Lendeborg. Bounce pass inside towards Coleman. Eventually found to...
Swag surfing again like they are here in Hagen. They want 11, 40 more of what they've seen here. Go on to the next round. Now UAB negative.
5-point lead for the Hawks. Lendeborg tried to feed it outside and then is now down 3. Potentially huge possession in this game on the way. Lendeborg lost the ball. Brown.
Danger may have gotten away with a walk. Azuero up to Lendeborg. Trying to go right through Okoji, and that is an offensive foul and going the other way.
And that's Penny Hardaway. What happens is Coleman then has the man of Haggerty, gets beat off the bounce. Mismatch.
And it's stolen away. Bad pass. Haggerty trying to take advantage. And it goes!
American Conference, they are relentless on those boards.
How about the work against Lendeborg defensively? Lost it on the baseline and a turnover. And Ron Hunter, the first one there to greet the defense of Glenn around and off. He's made 2 second-half threes. And here comes Lendeborg. He can do this too. Trying to go coast to coast. Tie up. And possession to Tulane. How about the defense?
Ingram, the AD, being able to work with Andy Kennedy and understand just where the landscape of college basketball is. I did that. He stole it.
A turnover as officials.
He got to breakfast.
Lendeborg got in tight, tried to pass to the corner. Washington read that, got the steal, and throws it right back to him. The 2-minute mark, 13-point lead in the ball for the Blazers. Lendeborg tonight, 11 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists. Possession arrow favors Wichita State. Shot clock slips under 6. Got Washington on him. Gets picked. DeGray going the other way. A little Euro step. Ballard cleans it. Win this thing. I got to change my scouting report.
Butta Johnson had the block and then nearly backcourt, and it was. Just took a second for the whistle. And looking for another assist. And knocked away. It'll be Cherry basketball.
Lendeborg inside off the glass.
And he started laughing. He said, don't hold that against me. What a great coach he was. His dad has done so much for so many people. And this has been a very special program and really the heartbeat of read the defense and get it to the next guy.
Lendeborg. And that's going to be a travel. Yeah, he's kind of walked his way in.
He pulled the chair. Keep the adjustment and keep the ball out of the paint. They're giving up jump shots right now to UAB.
And they get a steal. Nice job by Ed McCoy. They get it up to Reed. Reed's going to pop a three. It's good.
It was that Dayton games, it's shot preparation and selection.
Well, Lendeborg got blocked and then it was out of bounds off of UAB.
Well, what they're doing right now at home, this in February, is really big.
Trying to foul Lendeborg, it seems like. But now instead he throws it away, and it's Reed who gets it out to Jennings in the corner. A three by Stratton.
Let's relax, take our foot off the gas, and then the ECU makes them pay.
Lendeborg. And a steal. Burrell to the rim, and he gets stuffed.
Eddie Kennedy able to bring players back, including Yaxel Lendeborg, who gets a touch on the baseline. His pass kicked off the rim.
They bothered him some in the last matchup with those doubles.
Had an 0 for 6 drought, then went 5 for 6. Now 3 for 3 after an 0 for 7 skid. Lendeborg, offensive foul. Picked up by Brennan Lorient. Off balance, off the back of the rim. Vasquez. Lendeborg has the rebound. Tried to power dribble, but gave it up. And a 25 to play. 4-point North Texas deficit.
Sade being a versatile player. We've seen him take three-point shots as well. And now we're seeing him over here forcing a turnover off Yaxel Lendeborg.
Yeah, here's something as well is
free throw attempts. There are the league ranks. 50% from the field, 81% from the line, but he misses both.
Made up for it.
Takes it away from Lendeborg. That'll work. Got smooth shooter, or you can't hit a shot, and it's ironic.
Tried to run him off a little baseline triple screen right there, but Tyrese Hunter did a great job staying attached.
Lendeborg, offensive foul, drawn by Jordan.
After scoring 61 in the game on Thursday.
Cisse's here to cut off Vasquez. Rogers stripped it, and it's called off of Lendeborg. At least a share of first place in the American. Loser drops out of a first place tie. Lendeborg inside, turns it over. And then commits a foul. His fourth turnover.
And again, it's a team that they got to dominate, have to dominate.
And UTSA, they want to play fast. They have quick, athletic, lengthy guards, guys that can run the floor.
Tony. Lendeborg. And loses it. And almost traveled. That's Millender. Swatted.
And Horton's a prime candidate.
Coleman tried that baby hook, didn't go. And that's Lendeborg's 10th rebound, which now he already has a double-double. Here's, in the back of your mind, here's Coleman. And here's Lendeborg. Smith on him, ball out of bounds. And that's going to the Roadrunners. Or is it?
They're going to take a look at this for sure. But
jump shot coming off of down screens. Stroud got a hand on that. And South Florida with the steal. C.J. Brown, the spin, the drive to the basket. 9-point lead for UAB. You may have to send a double here, which they do. Don't let them dribble it out. Bulls with the takeaway. Here's Reed stopping and popping.
2 baskets off the bench for Voikatitis. Back to an 8-point game. Lendeborg all the way in and then throws it away. Just the second UAB turnover. And it leads to Vasquez with Tony, McGee, Coleman, and Lendeborg. Starting 5 for UAB. There goes Yaxel. Sensed an iota of space.
Yep.
And it's going the other way. Just the third. Hoping his team can find what it's been lacking for the last few minutes. 1 field goal, 7.5. Turnover. Lendeborg lost it. Here comes Evans. They wanted to dunk it. Lendeborg guarded by Carroll. And there goes Trey, high stepping down the floor. He knows who's balling.
And let's do this. Tulane with the basketball first, and Cam Williams. We talked about Caleb Banks, but Cam Williams, one of the most talented freshmen. Coach Hunter said he's ever coached back in the day.
I don't know, maybe a couple of meals at Full Moon Barbecue here in something local for sure.
I go for that. Here's 5. Johnson down low. Double, then triple teamed, and the steal. Here's Woods. That's now 9, so he's zeroing in on that double-double. He's only played 17 minutes so far. Another steal. They've stripped it 2 times in a row.
Just went for the bait.
It's hard when you're a young team. Teams switch a defense on you. Lendeborg, ball slipped out of his hands, and it's plucked out of the sky by Odom.
Out in New York,
and he's
ends
got
up at Arizona Western. There's a block right there.
Takes away Schmeichel, runs the break. Good steal, defensive persistence by Nash.
Growing pains here, but Eric Kunkel has a plan, and they executed well last year with the +11 season.
Lendeborg, a handoff underneath. Ezewiro again cannot handle it. That's the 3rd turnover for them. Some video. Kunkel had 1 phone call with Schmeichel and offered him a scholarship before hanging up. The ball's poked free by McWright. Has numbers 3-on-2. And
their 6-0 run for the Mean Green over the last 35 seconds. They've now hit 5 of the last 7. They almost get a steal, and they do. Yaxel falling down with it, lost. I mean, his ability to bring the ball up the court and dribble around with this 2-mark.
They're going to 3 out wide because he has a mismatch against a smaller defender. Good help right there.
Yeah, that was Massey on the deflection. He goes the other way. Massey lost the handle.
It matters.
14 points in the second half, and UAB's going to throw this into the backcourt. Violation is not touched by North Texas.
They played Lipscomb in Huntsville and lost 82-44. So some big losses to bring down the Bulldogs' average.
Their non-conference.
His own defense. Here's a little matchup here.
Lendeborg. Nice strip. Good defense by the Panthers.
That time Yaxel Lendeborg got a middle touch, which is what you want to do now.
Rob came over to us and I said, hey, you were on the court last time we played these guys. And he said, don't tell anybody, but we only won by 6. And then Linden told everybody the score. Braylon Bush beat his man to the basket, but shot was too high. Lendeborg, he threw it right into the Prairie View bench. Yeah, there's so much attention on that guy, number 3, right? That proved to me, Mo, there's a difference between good defense and great defense. I isolated on Butta watching him, and that was about as active as he has been in a
defense. Require a lot of attention, a lot of dribbles, a lot of, movement. He just gets to his spots and does it so well. It's a tough pass there.
That's it. Turnover. I got it on Lendeborg, unless there's also.
And not allow all these second opportunities for UAB.
Yeah, it's easy to say lay a body on somebody, but it's more difficult to do. Lendeborg in the game right now. No decision, and just left it out to dry.
Porter with 18 points, and a takeaway here as they knock it away.
Telegraph pass from Lendeborg.
There's Lendeborg, gives the foul right back as Bozer takes the...
Great ball movement by Illinois State. UAB tried that 1-3-1 zone.
Lendeborg goes right at Walker, gets called for the offensive foul. Pops out for the 3, shot fake, the drive, and another offensive foul. How about Walker taking a... Blazers led the team with 41 threes made a season ago.
We talk about all the stats that Lendeborg puts up. The one we forgot to talk about is the number of fouls that he draws.
Bernard now with 5 points. And
by 2. Coleman got caught in the corner, and then Lendeborg trying to find Tony off the hands of Tony. And here come the Warhawks. Basket back of the rim. Lendeborg will get another rebound. Led the conference last year in rebounds, again trying for a fancy pass. We saw that a couple times in the first half.
One roughly and high point 83. And sometimes you want to rush things. Take your time. Say, again, just not in fluid motion. Just take your time. Move the basketball.
The AAC, he's probably on it, and he gets a swat here. Punches it out into the front court. Somehow saves it. And they'll say he was on the tape near the baseline. Johnson has been the offense for UAB in this first half. Lendeborg lost the handle, throws it out of bounds. He cannot garner positive momentum, and this high-point defense is stifling.
Got the weak side rebound in Bodo. Doesn't force it, makes one pass, and you got a guy low shooting in the paint. That's offensive.
The officials in agreement is...
Well, runner didn't go by Buckley, who actually invited the traffic. Lendeborg, and he stripped, no foul.
And that time Southeastern is back. 5 guys are in the paint. Here you still want to play with patience, play with poise, move the basketball, don't rush just because you've been able to get such a large lead.
Tyron Moore fresh into the game. Yaxel Lendeborg looking for him
in college basketball, but they do a great job of staying vertical and making it tough around the rim.
Yaxel stepped out of bounds right in front of that Vermont bench. So Lendeborg will get the steal here. And then gave it right back to T.J. Long, and then Long is fouled by Vasquez.
To go inside to Lendeborg.
Lendeborg was calling for it. He's got the height advantage. They lob it inside, and it was off his shoulders. He wanted a foul, didn't get it.
And, you know, a pretty tough pass to handle there.
And UAB already with 6 turnovers. They're a lead in not turning it over. They're number 15 in the country in turnover percentage.
Fleming to the cup. Largest lead of the game for the Hawks.
Floyd gets caught up with the bigs, dumps it off for Sissoko, easy look.
Yeah, he got the deep penetration. He drew 2 defenders and be foul prone. He's got 2 personal fouls, so you've got to defend without fouling if you're McGee.
And a whistle.
One. Good basketball early on. Walker catching and missing at the rim. The first miss for ECU tonight.
Unbelievable.
Walker kisses it off the glass. He was hampered in that first half. UAB trying to finish this one off. Vasquez now in double figures with 10. Under 2 minutes to play, and
block. He can do it all on both ends. Jordan down low. Daniels goes up, blocking a foul on Lendeborg.
And he's been able to find his way to the bucket.
12 points for McGee. 3 UAB players in double figures, and Brumbaugh finds Glenn cutting backdoor for 2.
Great job of not only boxing the bigs, but the guards like to crash. These are some big built guards right here for UAB.
Pick and roll finished to perfection by Boyka Titus. Goes to work with 9 on the shot clock. Curls underneath. Tried to dump it off, does so. A couple of dribbles, cleared out some space, watching it from an odd angle, kind of flipping it over his. Cortez watched by Vasquez. Ballard setting the screen. Cortez gets in the air, trying to dump it to Ballard.
A good shot. They have a lead. They want to make sure they can get a really good look. And they'll take that all day.
Great pass inside there to Powell.
Get it.
Try to go inside, they do. And then a block by Coleman on Blackman.
And here's the thing, Yaxel
run into the closing seconds. Haggerty gets a hard screen from Danger. And Haggerty finishes inside the line after Danger set. 9th highest scoring team in the country has started 1 for 8. Rolled inside to Danger for the dunk. For Florida Atlantic, transfer guards Walker, Tandy, and Evans. Trey Carroll making his 3rd consecutive start, and a very talented Miller. Walker slips it into Carroll. Super experienced players, both in their 6th year starting for FAU. Carroll from Walker. FAU back within 1. They've scored in the first 3.
To be honest, not a ton of pressure on the ball from UAB.
turnover, and the Blazers will have one more shot in every home game. It's not been a successful formula. Basket by the Red Wolves. Taryn Todd.
UAB back in man. This has been a friendly defense for Middle Tennessee. There it is.
Got it back from Weston, and he scores it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm Andy Kennedy. I'm going to play man-to-man the rest of the game.
Vasquez, 19 against Illinois State. Just playing with more confidence.
Great pass from Wright. And Ratliff.
Easy basket. Great play. Andy Kennedy threw it up on the grease board.
For Longwood, 43 points in the first half, the second most.
Want to get in your set about 10 seconds, but keep the ball moving. Don't be stationary.
Williams, alley-oop, plays it up, everything but the finish. Abuka
got right into the chest of Harris, did not give him a chance to extend and contest the dunk.
And that is an easy basket in the paint for Ted.
Talking about for the last few minutes, offensive rebounds, happy with what they're doing to take the lead, but saying, guys, this isn't going to get it done. 8 offensive rebounds for North Texas.
Off the mark.
Make him guard.
North Texas with its 9th offensive rebound of this game. Floyd loses it. Lendeborg. And all those dudes working on Walmart, they're going through a growth spurt, are looking at the 6'9" Christian Coleman, saying, maybe I can do that. Tipped it out. Right.
Jay Woodard trying to take Lendeborg off the bounce. Comes to a stop, and Lendeborg got a piece of that one. Inside, Lendeborg, another block. B knocking down its 3rd 3 here this first half. Lendeborg challenged that one as Coleman gets the rebound. Poked away from behind, Riley. Hayes will use the screen, shot clock at 9. He's got the switch on Lendeborg. Step out 3. Tipped around, Coleman with the rebound. Using Florida Atlantic right now. There's Bob Miller with the shot clock winding down. It is at 2. Pull up Jay at the elbow. Good D by Lendeborg. But UAB offense with 15 on the shot clock. Spin move. Voigt-Titus. Hello!
Whoa, where did he pull that one from? I don't think you need to know.
0 for 5 to start the second half, including 0 for 2 from 3. Zoni into Lendeborg. Beautiful left-hand finish. That's a nice spacing.
Grow and get better each and every year.
All tied 6-6. That's a good sign. Couple of UAB in the man-to-man. That was going to be knocked out of bounds. Shot clock now at 9. Dar again from distance. That one is good. Jacob Dar. Brodnack's a little too strong. Vasquez with a rebound for the Blazers.
Where Reynolds leads the game. He's going to try to work it in on Lendeborg, and the reverse layup doesn't go. Fight for it. Reed somehow is able to get it. He couldn't convert, though.
Hayes in trouble, finds Felton. Felton goes at Lendeborg, gets it to go! R.J. Felton.
Blazers with an 8-0 run. Floyd downhill, got fouled. And Jasper Floyd with a chance for 3.
Well, how about that?
Shadow against Yaxel. Yaxel with the steal.
See almost anything at almost any time.
Rosado on Lendeborg. Lendeborg commits, and a good underneath move by Jean Cox.
Putting on a clinic that last time down. Transition basketball. I think the ball hit the floor twice, and they got it from one end to the other for a wide open layup.
Rogers dispossessed.
The extra possession. Great job on the offensive glass. You're getting wide open threes as well and still not able to make them.
Spears was Spears now with 16. Remember, he averages 21. Looking for 3 more. It might have got deflected.
Blazers extending the defense on the Bulls. Stroud going to work on Lendeborg with the left hand. Reynolds into the paint. Stroud can't grab the rebound, but
game. I mean, this is going to be back and forth like this.
We've had at least 4 runs of 8-0 or more. brick from Walker. Oh, it's just off the hand. 2 and change in the first half. Miller at the high post. 0 for 5 start to his day. 0 for 6. Evans there, back for Baba.
Defense is UAB. That's been the lacking area for head coach Andy Kennedy. Step back 3. That's what Tulsa does the most. Tyshawn Archie misses the tight game early. Teams a combined 5 from 10. This is Keaston Willis downhill with the right hand, and he scores about as high off the window as you can get. Diamond to Shields. Here's Odom. Tough shot over Lendeborg. Give him credit for that.
Sissoko's got a mismatch. Just throw it up to him. Just throw it up to him. Nobody behind him.
Yeah, he's screaming for it there. And Wright puts up a long 3 with a guy in his face.
Number 14 in white. Watch him go to the offensive glass.
He's got 4 rebounds in this game. Here's the 3. Got it. That's Yaxel.
These 2 teams during the regular season has ended in overtime, by the way. I know you have a flight ticket.
Block out of bounds by Lendeborg.
Falls for Tyron Moore. 1-on-1 in the paint, and then a floater, no good. Second chance, missed.
Johnson on him. This is going to be tied 1-on-1.
Against Lendeborg. Lendeborg says rejection. Nelson. That would have counted. We knew going in this would be one of the best mid-major matchups of the year.
Look, he didn't look to shoot it too much.
There you go. 2 to shoot. Rebound Bolton.
And it's got to be weekly through Christmas. So Memphis, get ready.
Nutcracker Awards, yes.
They've been shown themselves to be a superior rebounding team against a very good rebounding team in Middle Tennessee.
You see that stat? 11 offensive rebounds.
The Raging Cajuns on that glass, using those big bodies and just pushed them under the rim.
There's Evans going right into our cameraman. Had fewer opportunities the later parts of half number 1.
Great start, but then they sat him for a lot, and there he goes right back to work. Yaxel's having...
Three is in and out for McGee. Banks likes to penetrate in and off. He's 5 of 6 shooting. Walker turning the corner, going baseline. Nice soft hands around the rim.
Oh, big time move.
You know, the last game, that's going to put the Warhawks in a pretty tough spot.
2-pointer won't go, and then run down by Coleman.
Have to struggle. He's got to settle in for the mid-range jumper until he can power inside.
Bukunulua right to the cup. He misses. Hamilton does the rest.
The athleticism, finish plays, no turnovers, go to the line with confidence.
Williams on the bounce, splits 2 defenders. It's popcorn out of there by Lendeborg.
Lendeborg was up top, but now he's on the bottom. Mo, how would you describe it?
Well, part of it is the pace that the Lions are playing with. They're pushing the basketball even after made baskets. And so
Coleman, rather on the finish, on a follow-up. Like you said earlier, Mo, a lot of dribbling, a lot of one-on-one. 370 rebounds for Lendeborg. He's at 7 today. Came in averaging 3 in the opening half. Spin move basket. Shamir Bogues, hot.
Really good job of playing through contact. Blazers so far this game have not. As Coach Andy Kennedy mentioned, the edge.
They're feeling confident from outside.
Ball game, you've seen 3 really good looks, and none of them have gone down.
Off the front of the iron. 10-point advantage, 2:30 to go for Santa Clara. Steal there by Lendeborg. Corey McGee pulls UAB within a possession.
I'm going to call out Andy Kennedy for not being totally honest with us. I mean, they're shooting the ball very well tonight.
10 of 20 from 3.
7 second chance points.
Loose ball taken by Lendeborg. Miscommunication there by the Hawks offense. Up, blocked by Coleman, taken by Lendeborg. Bounce pass inside towards Coleman, eventually found to Moore. Misses the three. Tip, no good. The ball sailed over Coleman's hand. Back to the Hawks. Down the floor, tipped away and deflected.
Yeah, guess who with the deflection?
Speed, just really good at getting his ankles. Nice body control, big wide shoulders.
Now they switch Lendeborg on him, and Lendeborg knocks it away. A steal for UAB. Yaxel Lendeborg powers his way through in Birmingham, and he's been a nice player for the Blazers.
Well, and that's twice now. Jasper Florida has stayed in front of him.
Ping balls in to Coleman, who'll take the feed from Lendeborg for the jam. Boy, Texas with its 9th offensive rebound of this game. Floyd loses it. Lendeborg got to get his feet underneath him.
I mean, that's coast to coast all the way with a healthy Lendeborg.
In this tournament. They have their first game on a Friday.
Lendeborg with the steal, and then the foul committed by Walker. Lendeborg led the American down, poked away from behind. Riley taken away by Lendeborg.
Active hands.
Oh, the handle. Moore is asking his team to call out the screens defensively. Riley, a little in and out dribble, but a little too much and a turnover. Working on Felton. Turnaround jumper. And it's saved to Lendeborg. Throws it up at the rim, and he'll be fouled by Woodard. This one off. Vasquez now in double figures with 10. Under 2 minutes to play, and Lendeborg says, give me that.
Just snagged it out of midair.
I think that's a good shot trying to get going. Love to see him post up and command that double team more.
Tipped away. Good D by UAB. Lendeborg trying to split the D. Seconds to play.
Every play is vital. Every possession is vital.
And here's Lendeborg. Fittingly will put an end to this ball game as he is fed.
He said it's not just a one-year transactional deal. These guys love being here, playing for Memphis, and representing the city.
Well, they bought into what Penny Hardaway is teaching here at Memphis.
Rising up, missing the
make. And even if it's a mid-range and the analytics say that's not the best shot to shoot, you got to get to your sweet spot and make it happen.
Another turnover poked away. Here comes Lendeborg.
Number 22 in green.
The spin by Cortez. That free throw made by Ballard into the scoring drought of over 3.5 minutes for the Shockers. Leading ahead. Oh, my goodness, Jabor. Got Lendeborg right there, nowhere to go.
Just walled him up.
Washington knocked down. Loose ball picked up by Lendeborg. He looks ahead. Cortez watched by Vasquez. Ballard setting the screen. Cortez gets in the air, trying to dump it to Ballard and threw it right to Yaxel Lendeborg.
Dribble, 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 dribble.
Well, I think some of the bubble teams taking care of business, and Wake Forest took a loss, but George Mason lost right after that, and that put him right back in the field.
Lendeborg tried to step through and get tied up.
That's what you have to do. And when they haven't, he's been able to score. He's got 24 today. Reed, and he tried to dish it inside to him, and it got taken away. Lendeborg up quickly to Tony. Alley-oop.
Do best, and they have to disrupt UAB.
Good look down low by Moore. Coleman, and now Lendeborg with the hammer.
Denial on the wing. Lendeborg with the steal. Big fella takes it himself for the jam.
That all starts with big top.
Hoping to get on the bubble. That was a costly defeat. Here's Wright. And a deflection by Lendeborg, his second steal. Whoa! Went for the one hand. He's 2 for 6 from 3. Hensley moved by Moore into Newell. Sissoko yanks it down, and then Lendeborg taps it away from behind and hammers it home.
Shadow against Yaxel with the steal. Trying to go around the defender. Nice lead pass. Bucket.
With a bad closeout, that lane parted like the Red Sea right there.
Michael trapped on the baseline, turned it over. Lendeborg, quick head ahead. And Tony converts it this time. Boots.
It might be the Nike Air Cowboys.
Air Tony Lamas. Tulsa turnover, their fourth. Tony. Lendeborg up high and down.
Transition basketball. I think the ball hit the floor twice, and they got it from one end to the other for a wide open layup.
Rogers dispossessed. Lendeborg comes away to Moore. A deep one for three.
They stayed in the game because they locked down Wichita State. And felt like a culture win for Betty Hardaway. Okogie turns it back over. Azuero will finish. Moore keeps hoisting. He's 0 for 4 from 3. Danger's one shy of a career high. He won't get it here. And Jourdain basically.
See if the Roadrunners have a response. Let that go in the backcourt. Lendeborg looking for a highlight. Oh, nice move.
His first floor time of the evening.
And UAB switches to a zone look out of that break, a 1-3-1, and South Florida has not done a good job attacking the last two.
UAB averages over 84 points per game. The Bulls over 78. Knox looked like he came down before he got rid of that ball. That'll be a turnover.
2-3 zone. Get the ball moving side to side. Try to get an opening in the middle of that lane.
Throw it into traffic, and it's taken away by Lendeborg.
Anyway, somebody will tell him he got mentioned. Into Boykatitis. Boykatitis had it knocked out of his hands, and a steal for Vasquez. Lendeborg and Vasquez back on the...
Easily forced a contested three there. Put it on the deck. Patiently waited for Lendeborg to filter in behind him.
Green got it knocked away. The leader on the team in deep. That jumper misses. Here's Brumball. Way ahead. Oh, wow. How about that deflection? Leads to a steal. Tony is
on the wing. So much attention drawn between Yaxel, Lendeborg, and Christian Coleman.
A steal by Lendeborg. Tony again. Yes. This is Percy Daniels. Here's the Blazers. Oh, you saw what Coleman, he was trying to lob it to Lendeborg. The steal by Johnson now.
Great job of staying in this ball game, not turning the basketball over, forcing UAB into some tough shots, doubling UAB. It was a bad pass here.
But there's Yax for the steal. Eyes always working his way in. Nelson, but the Blazers got their hands on it.
They've still got at least 10 more threes to get up, and we're 12:48 left to play. Plenty of time.
Now they've only made 3 of those 20. Vasquez is 2 on 3. Where's number 3? Chauncey Gibbons, where's 8? And here's a steal. Lendeborg. And saved by Vasquez. Here
he was able to do something with it.
UAB playing defense, coming up with some turnovers.
Look from Mustafa inside. There he is. Mustafa looking for Porter on the no look, and it's taken away. Lendeborg's got it.
That's how he's able to draw the offensive charge foul.
Lendeborg comes up with a loose basketball.
Costly turnover. The official. 3 UAB players are trying to get an explanation what they can do and can't do.
There's a steal from Lendeborg.
Oh, what a great play there. Defensive.
They were able to cut the lead and get close and have a chance to win a road game, but just could not find the outside shooting early.
Lendeborg pushes it up to McGee. McGee's got to wait for
ability to rebound the basketball and score the basketball. He's a much better passer this season, and of course playing the passing lanes as we see there.
And he's a thief. With 12. Played at Winfield High, as you mentioned. He was an all-state wide receiver. Coleman.
16 minutes.
Hamilton on a jab. Drive to the cup and lost the handle. Lendeborg leading.
Been so bad. You got to be smart. I like this.
Really pressuring toward the half-court line and a steal. Lendeborg clear for takeoff.
For Lendeborg, he's at 7 today. Came in averaging 10.
Just picked up his first steal of the afternoon. At least 2 or 3 defenders near them. UAB didn't have a ton of clean open looks, but couldn't find a way to make any. Hopefully tonight will be a little different.
There is a steal for Lendeborg. Up ahead for the slam. 45-18. UAB has responded after the opening night loss to Vermont. Yet another takeaway. 13 turnovers now. And another alley.
So they were just making little halftime adjustments, I guess you could say.
We saw that conversation. And now we see yet another turnover. Yaxel Lendeborg.
With it, but that's the energy that Andy Kennedy wants the Blazers to play with every single possession.
So Lendeborg will get the steal here. And then gave it in. Muscles up. Cannot finish. Blake stolen by Lendeborg. Lendeborg around traffic. Second chance with the left hand.
Tyron Moore off the front of the iron. 10-point advantage, 2:30 to go for Santa Clara. Steal there by Lendeborg.
Finkley trying to back his way down towards the rim. Haskins cutting, blocked by Lendeborg.
Offensive rebound, Danger lost it on the way up. Regathers. And a beautiful look and a dunk down to P.J. Haggerty.
Playing a very frustrated McGee, thinking he didn't do anything wrong.
Danger on the inbounds, gets denied at the rim again. Coleman is playing his
challenge that one as Coleman gets the rebound. Poked away from behind. Riley taken away by Lendeborg.
Locked up the 4 seed by virtue of Florida Atlantic's win over East Carolina earlier, but still trying to grab a 12th conference win as Brumpaugh's block going back door.
His team, he said the care factor. He said it's not just a one-year transactional deal. These guys love being here, playing for Memphis and representing the city.
And they fall in.
And UAB's offense, when a guy gets the basketball, other people are moving.
Speed inside Reynolds as he got it from Kobe Knox. And backdoor block, Lendeborg as Adamakoya.
Is that the guy? That young man's talent and ability, and he wants him to be able to show all his versatility.
Adamakoya, and he's fouled by Lendeborg, and a chance for the 3.
And plus, he's a class kid. He really is. I mean, he plays hard.
Oh, inside Reynolds. He now has a new career high.
One of those bright spots, and he can contribute to creating balance for their other positions.
Walker again down low in the paint.
Facilitator in this one as well.
It is a light night in men's college basketball. Only 21 games on the docket. Beautiful inbound to Mulai Sissoko, and he throws down for his.
So you look at it, early in this game, you get 2 points for North Texas when they take the ball out of bounds, and you get a turnover for UAB.
That one rolls home.
Down low, you got a mismatch.
A block by Coleman on the Floyd jumper. Got it back, dumps it down low. And a bunny for Lorient. He's got 10.
Who's going to stay put with a program that's helping them grow. Guys are looking for greener pastures, and some of them are finding them, and some of them are realizing that, hey, maybe the grass isn't as green as I thought.
It motivates me, but it also is what keeps me humble.
We showed a graphic. 47 points scored by JUCO products today.
More impressive. Elevation in the cowboy boots.
It might be the Nike Air Cowboys.
Air Tony Lamas. Tulsa turnover, they're 4. A Barnes 3, in and out. A third look for the Golden Hurricane. Barnes. Tulsa 0 for 3 on this trip.
Getting his first floor time of the evening.
And UAB switches to a zone look out of that break. A 1-2 play above the rim. They contest above the rim. They rebound above the rim. They finish above the rim.
12-0 run for UAB. Carroll's it.
After having made 2 threes, he could have easily forced a contested 3 there, put it on the deck, patiently waited for Lendeborg to filter in behind him. Green be able to knock those down. Of course, his roof about to come off if Tony makes that one.
Yeah. Brumbaugh couldn't convert down low.
Here's commit a 3rd foul with 2 minutes left in the first half.
No, he's important to the Green Wave. They can't afford to get him in pick up that 3rd foul, and Banks.
Maybe. Yeah, Lendeborg went to an outdoor summer tryout in New York and ends up at Arizona Western. There's a block right there.
Takes away Smut. Ball's poked free by McWright. Has numbers 3-on-2 and cycling it back out. Odom looks in the paint. Layup good for Amadi.
It is money. I mean, Reuben Jones, Aaron Scott, Jason Edwards, C.J. Nolan, John Buggs. Look, all those guys are doing pretty well. When you transfer up to the Power 5.
And Alcorn doing a great job of staying in this ball game, not turning the basketball over, forcing UAB into some tough shots, doubling UAB. Was a bad pass here. Right there's backside, just holding the defense for a second, and UAB is able to do that because they've been able to make outside shots.
Oh, Lendeborg able to avoid the foul. And Arkansas.
But the previous play, the rebound he had, that will definitely show up in film this week.
Right off the inbounds pass, Rashad Marshall with his.
Saw State, you need to come out and get something easy. We saw them open the game up with a couple of backdoor cuts and get some layups, and we got a layup there just from almost a non-existent UAB a little bit.
So almost a minute gone by. Todd kick out. Nelson strong drive, pops in and out. Pinion
gets a clean look.
I'd put 7 guys on Todd if it's possible. Wide open underneath, and then the ball comes out right near the board. Andy Kennedy talked a lot last year about playing through. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Was that clean? No foul? At his numbers this year, then UAB simply will not. They will struggle is a better way of putting it. Struggle to win the
left in this contest.
Late possession, look from Mustafa inside. There he is.
Mustafa looking for Porter on the no look, and it's taken away. Lendeborg
is 10 on the season in rebound margin. They've got to go in there and attack the glass. Great out of bounds play.
Ratliff gets the lay in.
3 white jerseys got there when it did. They're fast.
Inside, Mo off the window. And a PB.
Well, look at the second half. They got a ton of points in the second half. 49.
First team dive with the Blazers. Richards gets it inside, and Tucker gets fouled, and it falls, and an opportunity.
Phenomenal for UAB in the first half.
Nice little floater from Emmanuel Richards. The sophomore was on the
half shooting display by the Blazers. They were able to cut the lead and get close and have a chance to win a road game, but just could not find the outside shooting early.
Timeout as Keza Jiffa misfires. Bodo, there he is. Vacuumed it up. Knocked out of bounds almost by UAB. Another chance, Hamilton. Long arms, can't. 17-second difference, game and shot clock. Williams, bully ball down low, finds Hamilton wide open. What a find.
Need a double team right there.
Doesn't get a ton of attention, especially around the painted area. He hasn't had a chance to attack off the dribble much. We've seen him do a ton of things this season that we didn't get a chance to see him do last season. From 3. So far in this game, 35.3%, and those numbers have changed just a touch after Moore's last miss. Took the ball to get this minute 20 over. I can see him pointing that way.
See our camera work there. We got a quick shot of both coaches.
Contested shots, every single shot, at least 2 or 3 defenders near them. UAB didn't have a ton of clean open looks, but couldn't find a way to make any. Hopefully tonight will be a little different.
When you can say you have 47 points and more than half are off turnovers, that is an impressive accomplishment. DeAnthony Gordon.
McGee on a switch with Harris. Harris not looking to take advantage of it.
Watson to Izzy, flings it up there, no good. But
in the second half of the championship game in the American Conference against Memphis. So they're a quality basketball team.
Carlos Stewart Jr. grimacing. It was a 17-point lead for Santa Clara as Carlos Stewart had 3. And Jabari McGee pulls UAB within a possession.
I'm going to call out Andy Kennedy for not being totally honest with us. I mean,
as the second jumper he's missed. Good contest by St. Joe's.
Brown over Lendeborg, misses. Ajaba with the
big man guard the guards.
Brown, jumper up, that's good.
That's the right move, Andy, by Christian Coleman.
First lead for UAB since it was 5-4.
Now Christian Coleman out of high school worked for 2 years in a Walmart until he hit a growth spurt.
He's to Atten Wright. All 5 to Wright have come in the second half. Whoa, from the logo. And Coleman secures
seconds.
Off a stagger. Brumbaugh searching with 3 to shoot. Wiggles along the baseline. Lendeborg blocked it. Brumbaugh got it.
Turnovers per game in their conference losses.
Right.
And they're creeping up on that number.
Greg Glenn down the lane finishes. He's got 10.
Look at this, the 2 bigs running pick and roll. You can't find it.
Titus waits for the traffic to clear and finishes.
That's great basketball. They
Jumper, and Walker says, okay, I'll take it myself. He's now in.
Pace is a little frenetic for both of these teams. Have to settle down.
Hunter, a deep 3. And Coleman skies for the rebound.
Corner 3 already impacting all 5 points for UAB.
Here's Shane Dezzoni with a pull-up jumper. Followed his own miss.
Put him at 20 points tonight. What a night he's having, averaging just over 7 a game. Amos, long distance 3. Keller.
Not get the type of shot that they wanted there on that possession.
Amos off the glass for 3.
He was on his recruiting trip at Allen Fieldhouse. Wearing a backpack. Bill Self said, hey, put up a jumper. He said, yeah, I'm wearing my backpack right now. He said, that's fine. And Green has made both of its shots this half, 2 for 2. Newell blocked by Lendeborg. To Lorient, he wanted the handoff. That didn't work. Lorient takes it to the rim, and he's blocked by Lendeborg. And out of bounds with 11. They're down.
Sure if that was Carrington or Barnes, but when I say in your rearview mirror, you're on the guy's hip and you try to defend it and contest without fouling.
Odom pre-pounds his own miss. A Barnes throw at you. They do. Here's McWright, one-on-one against the shot blocker Lendeborg. That's his 4th block of the night.
Spears, one of the leading scorers in the conference and the nation. Primo, as Mo said, he could score from anywhere. Unleashes a...
He's the best decision maker on this UAB team.
Spears, look at that matchup. Spears against Lendeborg, pulls up for a 3 that comes off the rim.
Wants to take.
Saw a shot of Andy Kennedy. His team has won 4 straight, 6 of their last 7. Primo Spears for 3, that's off.
Sacrificing the opportunity to win.
Cooper Flagg, by the way, doing that in the ACC. It's pretty impressive. Smith.
With Milliner and Monsanto heating up from the outside, you cannot afford a 3 here.
Spears pulls up for 2 over Yax. And it's rebounded by Buddington.
The Roadrunners off the foul line because the Roadrunners have been selling for a lot of jump shots.
Like that from Spears, just nothing but swish. Runner team, they're within shouting distance and they can get a signature win and spoil the party. Long one, Millender in and out. Spears.
Very similar score to the conference tournament game between these 2 teams a year ago. Reed with a deep 3. UAB.
That's the way they play. It's similar to how it was under Dusty May as well.
Ken Evans Jr. His first shot is good, a step back 3. 9, Trey Carroll with 8.
Leland Walker had just 2 in that first half. Step back over Lendeborg here is good.
When you put pace on a game, it comes down to playmaking. If you can create pace and space, playmaking wins.
Walker and Lendeborg was all over that reverse drive.
On the initial or rebound, inside-out basketball is good basketball.
After missing his first 4 threes, that's the first tray that they hit. Did the Blazers hit? Brumball inside the land of the Giants, and he is fouled.
Tulsa is getting looks, but they're missing. 5 of 14 on layups.
They're also long, athletic, challenge looks from Lendeborg and from Christian Coleman.
Yeah, like that. And Sandy Kennedy said at shoot-around today, we need him to be stable and steady. Preseason all-conference player. Odom, Lendeborg, rejection. Vasquez.
Big ways. Kid's really playing well. Now he's got a mismatch. Give him the ball. Reward him.
He's got Tony down there on him. There is no reward. Schmeichel couldn't get the rebound.
You know, a lot of people say, boy, like if I was 7 foot taller, 6'9", I'd really be good. No, you wouldn't. You don't have any talent.
Archie misses off the window.
Floyd. Lendeborg's on him, and he tried to get it back out, and he threw it right to his.
Probably going to be the first power forward to lead UAB in assist.
Pull up for Gaines Wyatt won't fall. So we're scoreless 2 minutes. Amari Hamilton. Pull up 3, got deflected.
Half court, Lil Iverson cut to free Vasquez for the pull-up jump shot.
3 ball the other way. That's a swish. Jalen.
So far, no Bulldog in double digits here tonight so far. Moody with 9. And Ford started the game off. Especially there, we talked about McGee not being a guy who looks to take a ton of perimeter jump shots. That time, out of the timeout, Andy Kennedy runs the play for McGee to catch it on the wing and gets a court trap that we are accustomed to seeing after free throw makes.
Oh, Julian just lost everybody and finishes. He got by Vasquez in a hurry.
Correctly for UAB, except the rebound.
Todd. Coleman with the rebound. Onion had a couple of threes in the second half. Todd takes a 3. That's going to be off. Rebound UAB. And
number, same game.
Same game, different. Yeah, very nice. Todd at 5, launches the 3. Got it! A killer.
Care of themselves.
You go from unknown to known.
Tough shot from 2 there.
Winsboro, Louisiana, unofficially titled Mr. Walmart. 2-pointer.
I thought that was your home screen. It's not?
I can tell you every country.
21 points. It was 5 for 5 in that opening game. Thomas pull-up jumper from the right elbow. And a throw ahead for.
Let the Blazers shoot the 3 ball, but Illinois State showing, UAB showing that they can make the 3. They've gotten 4.
Has settled with the 2 fouls. Has been out almost 16 minutes.
Hamilton on a jab. Drive to the cup and lost the. UAB +4 on the glass. +1 on the offensive glass. Jiffa, long range 3.
Not the shot, Coach.
Robbery with a big screen and roll, but no pass. Instead, you get a mid-range that won't fall here.
Izzy at 7 foot.
That time Ford had the right frame of mind by attacking it with the dunk, but when there's a 7-footer around, you end up with a basket. I don't know that any coach will complain.
Bogues, remember he's a left-handed shooter, rejected by Lendeborg. And UAB
be there. And Catamounts going deep into the clock, being forced to go deep into the clock.
Oh my.
Wow. Steal, and then the moxie to pull up from 6 feet from behind the arc.
Leuston having problems inside with the athleticism of Coleman. And here is Leuston from 15 feet. Bodies with Lendeborg. Barrels to the hole. Showing off that soft touch. He's just so low. Home from the front of his own bench. Inside of the 7-footer. The left hand up and in with the friendly roll.
But the game gives his team the lead.
To go with 21 points. Leuston misses everything.
In one of his first practices with UAB, and he said, well, what's the elbow? Where do I go? And he gets the rejection there. Stuffs Tilly. Santa Clara gets the ball.
Before they attempted on both possessions.
And again, a quick possession on the other side by UAB. Tilly underneath the reverse layup is short.
Got to stop Haggerty, and now you're worried about Danger. And Lendeborg with the win in his head. Danger working on Lendeborg. Jump hook with the left. He can do it either side. He's got 8. Look for this Memphis team.
They're not ready to foul just yet. Andy Kennedy says play straight up man-to-man.
Danger power move, left it short. And they go with a paint touch for Sissoko. Trying to power Lendeborg. If there's one thing that is short on Lendeborg, it's his size. Sissoko season. Includes Brennan Lorient. He is a great scorer. Transfer from Florida Atlantic, a couple of years with the Owls, and he has upped his game since he made the move to Denton. Lendeborg with the year of eligibility. Lendeborg guarding Sissoko. No good, and the rebound pulled down by North Texas. Another offensive rebound.
It's going to be interesting what happens with that double body. If they can hold on, that is so key going into any tournament.
A chin up on the rim for Voikatitis, just holding.
Not upset with that shot by Yaxel. I think that's a good shot trying to get going. Love to see him post up and command that double team more.
Tipped away, good D by UAB, trying to get a touch, but tipped away. They repost the big man going against Lendeborg. Notice no double is coming, so Danger's hook shot, and it rolls off.
That's a matchup you in transition. UAB is going to have to get some easy baskets. They've been struggling to score, and it's very important to get that going to establish themselves.
Lendeborg with the huge block.
See if they've grown, see if they've learned from their mistakes and can find a way to finish this one.
Off the mark for
past few games has struggled to find that consistent scoring, and so when you need him most, he has delivered in this one. He has always
shovels it out to C.J. Brown for the Bulls. They go inside for Reynolds. Good up fake, and he puts it in over Lendeborg.
I tell you what,
McCoya is in now for USF 23. Stroud being looked at on the bench now. Here's Reynolds and a hook, no good, but a foul is called. It's on Lendeborg.
All right, we should have a lead and we don't.
Correct.
So defensively, we've got to get better. That's not his shot. I don't like the fact now they're trying to let Reynolds back down. He was more effective catching the ball in the post and scoring, especially with Lendeborg having the 2 fouls.
Walker against Lendeborg. Walker gets stuffed, gets it back, goes right back to it. 6 straight double-double for Yaxel Lendeborg. Almost came up with a steal, but Walker right there with a dunk by Lendeborg. Walker, 2 more for C.J. Walker.
Here's Sissoko. He's got one to his name already. And he backs Lendeborg down. Coleman trying to help out. And Lendeborg stands tall. Now he'll lead the break. Sissoko again. Obvious what the North Texas game plan is. He misses at the rim. Leads the American. Both of these teams are 1 game behind. Penny Hardaway's Tigers and the loose ball trickles out of bounds. It will stay this direction.
7 guys, 10 and 7. 2 assists. It's a foul. Rebounder in the gym. Set the conference record for rebounds last year, did Lendeborg. And he's gotten 2.
He runs stuff for you. He gives it to you. He gives you the opportunities to showcase your talents and your gifts. You know, he requires what he requires on.
Terry Oglesby, Vladimir Voyard-Tadal, and Will Howard. Memphis coming off a win over Wichita Thursday. They'll work it into danger early. His shot short and grabbed by Lendeborg.
Danger against Lendeborg. Well, they'd love to get him in foul trouble early. Danger will go to the left hand. And Danger in his first start. Three-point shooter on the year has been perfect to start. Lendeborg against Danger. Rolls around him. That's too easy. Danger into double figures.
Here, one there. It's going to be 3, 4, 5 in a row if they're going to get back into this game.
Danger right-handed. He deserved that roll. Ties his.
Just said, I said, okay, that, and that.
Well,
anyways.
Here's what I know for sure. I know he used honest language. He did not sugarcoat anything.
There's a look at the Bulls starting five. Reynolds backing his way in. And Lendeborg holds his ground and grabs a win at Wichita State prior to that. Reynolds' jumper is good. Little mid-range game for the big guy.
2-3 zone. Get the ball moving side to side. Try to get an opening in the middle of that lane.
Throw it. Reynolds over Lendeborg, might have been partially blocked. Reynolds was looking for a foul. Reynolds on Lendeborg almost looked like an NBA clear out. Those were the only two guys on that.
Miller. Slow dribble into Lendeborg. Rise and rattle. Baba Miller's first made basket. Giddy up for the final 2 minutes. Carroll again. Tough shot. Nope. Lendeborg clears it. He's got a double-double.
Unique talent. Matt Reed at 6'10", has a good perimeter game. You see him work in the post, but too strong, and it's Lendeborg again with the defense.
Package, soft pressure, back into the 2-3 zone.
There's Sissoko going up against Lendeborg. Nice move inside. Got the Kevin McHale there as it's now 5. Lorient for North Texas, and that is no good. Rebound pulled down by Sissoko is posting up. Spins by Lendeborg.
Wow. Mismatch. Lorient versus Lendeborg. I'm not sure I like that matchup for North Texas.
It's one-on-one. Lorient up, no. Tapped around, out of bounds.
Christian Coleman has to come off that ball much more quickly. I think Coleman was indecisive about whether he should try a three or whether he should try to get to the 15-foot mark. And by the time he was
so strange when you look at UAB's record right now, under 500. And I was looking at the stats prior, Mo. Both Lendeborg
able to step inside and make the mid-range jumper.
Working his way in. Nelson, but the Blazers.
Well, we're talking officials, or officials for our first of 2 games here today as Walker goes to work.
Rhythm, great footwork, quick release.
Walker got Lendeborg up in the air.
There's 14 points.
There's Walker. He's 3 for 3. That's his first miss of the game. And Pence.
At what point do you bring McGee back in this game? Sitting with 4 fouls. The primary defender on that switch. That's how he's able to draw the offensive charge foul.
Lendeborg comes up
here at the offensive end by long. They like that ISO play.
Well, Christmas working against a good one. Lendeborg got him on the elbow. That'll be number 3.
Team, they've played at their own paces.
Christmas, nice duck under. And here's a foul. Is this on the rebound or on the shot? It goes
between Chicago and Florida. Never played high school athletics. Unbelievable. Foul drawn by Yaxel. 17-point lead a couple minutes ago, and you had the back end of your bench hoping that it would stay that way so they can get in, but now
Jeff Armstrong also into the game for the Golden Eagles. looking for their first field goal, and they won't get it that time.
For the 7-footer. Tills. Coming from behind was McGee. Tills gets it over to Hone, who misses again.
Well, we thought we'd see. They haven't made 11 threes all season. You tell me the Blazers don't want to advance to Tinkle Fieldhouse?
Oh, a strong take to the hole. Good defense inside.
And then was up, elevated before any of the smaller UAB guys, any of the UCI guys could get to him.
Tillis, second straight miss.
UAB not ready to go back to Birmingham just yet. Carlos Stewart fading to his left. Ball just slips out of the hands of Elijah Mahi. Somehow he gets it back. 17 seconds ago, Stewart to the rim. And Santa Clara's down by a corner.
Haskins bumps into Lendeborg. Off balance shot, missed it. UAB. Brown inside, gets two to end the drought for the Hawks.
That was not only do you get the free throws, you get the ball back and you score on the baseline out of bounds play.
Danger on the other side of the rim. He's into double figures.
Because he's got those guard skills and foot speed, just really good at getting his angles. Nice body control, big wide shoulders.
Now they switch Lendeborg on him, and Lendeborg knocks it away. A steal for UAB. Newell with the drive on Lendeborg. Kind of what you suggested, just attack him if he's at UAB has been able to extend the lead. Lendeborg went for the reach. Massey and one! Jonathan Massey with a three-point opportunity.
Here in this American Conference tournament.
Andy Kennedy, a proud coach and a really good player in his days at UAB. As you see a rejection there by Lendeborg.
Moore is asking his team to call out the screens defensively. Riley, go in and out.
We know he knows. Most definitely.
Lendeborg backing off, unable to affect that one.
There it is.
As Tony.
This is a team that's done very well for themselves on the road this season. They haven't lost on the road since February.
Woods blocked by Lendeborg, and it goes all the way out to Coleman. Them a little bit here. They got off to that terrific start, made their first 5 shots. As Brumbaugh knifes down the lane and scores. The seas part, and he's try covering him coming out of some breaks. Can't be easy.
No way.
Glenn against Lendeborg. Leans in, draws some contact, and scores. So Glenn.
Everything we expected in this game. The intensity is so real.
Boykatitis tried to yam it on him.
Yes, he did.
They tried to feed the big fella on the block. Turns, faces, spins baseline. Can't finish.
Very nice move, but you got to be able to finish. Yeah, I would love to see him go to the mismatch inside. Coleman had a smaller guy on him.
Extra pass from Walker. Look out. Caleb Glenn throws it down.
Now that's why.
Well, the switching of defenses seems to have Wichita State really out of their offensive mojo.
Washington getting in the paint down low.
Responded well after that. They've come back and now vying for the conference championship as they were picked to do in preseason.
Washington is making a living really at that part of...
With his effort and athleticism, number 22 in green.
The spin by Cortez. That free throw made by Ballard into the scoring ground of over 3.5.
People in the room that didn't appreciate being called out. But you know what? It worked out in the end. Because they had a second player meeting not long after they started.
Came off the bench tonight. Got Lendeborg right there, nowhere to go.
Just walled him up.
Washington knocked down, loose ball picked up by Lendeborg.
Obviously a lot of pain. Trainers are checking him out right now.
Yeah, you could tell right when he fell, he wasn't getting up, and that he felt something in that moment.
Base. Stroud going coast to coast and kicks it to the corner. And Knox is fouled, and that's going to be on Lendeborg.
Really good teams and teams that struggle. They forget what worked for them.
Got you to this point, right? It's a good point. Yeah, driving in is Adam McCoy, and he got hit. And here's Reed. Picks it up, gets it over here now for Jennings. Blocked by Lendeborg. And
Take that block now. That's why he's Defensive Player of the Year in this league.
They're going to count on Coleman.
Lendeborg overplayed it, and then a blocking foul will go against Moore. First,
that is what he does, though, Chad. He averaged 17 a game at Georgia Southern, and he's bringing a little bit of that tonight.
Odom knew Tulsa needed a bucket.
That stops an 11 win his league play. Great job. That's what you do. You run number 0 Willis off of that three-point line, and UAB
by 5 assists from the judge or from the he's at 5 right now, and UAB fans have been following. He's let with a mismatch.
You can see the mismatch here, but also the increase in confidence from the Road Runners. We saw Smith attacking the offensive glass, something we didn't see in the first.
Jimmy Williams has it stripped, gets it back, but the Bulls running out of time. Reed has to force up a tough one, has it blocked, and the Blazers get the can't convert the free throw. Brown into the paint, to the basket, and the foul called. C.J. Brown.
Bob Miller tracks down the long rebound for an FAU team that is one of the better offenses in the American. And Tandy much closer to the basket this time as the Fort Worth.
We really enjoy being there in Fort Worth.
Wonderful.
Great place.
That floater from Walker will be rebounded by Walker.
On that possession, it's still a very close game. You can feel the momentum shifting toward the Blazers, but you don't want to ruin it by taking a tough shot. Oh, 88 points over the course of 2 games, including a game on the road. It's very difficult to score on the road. But tonight, UAB's done a really good job of shutting.
Are juiced. And as officials, you've got to let players play a little bit to get their feet underneath them as well. I think this crew has done a great job.
No doubt. Massey on the jumper. That's no good. Rebound pulled in by. And in some trouble is Lorient. They finally get it over now to Floyd as he works down the lane. The runner is good.
Really smart. Could have settled for the jump shot.
NCAA tournament appearance.
From one-on-one moves, UAB, they're defending. Again,
Todd has not been able to effectively attack any of the UAB bigs off the dribble. Guards here switching as well.
Pinion went against Lendeborg.
Right now they're at 20. They've still got at least 10 more threes to get up, and we're 12:48 left to play. Plenty of time.
Now they've only made 3 of those 20. John Paul Ricks wears number 3. Chauncey Gibbons wears 8, and here's a steal.
Higher pace. He's typically tried to let the game really come to him and almost to a fault. And now defensively, he can't go foul again here with 2 already in the first half, or 1 rather. Into the open guy. No, you got to give it to a guy who's able to do something with it.
Alston back to Buford. And that's going to be Lendeborg's third as he took it in on him.
Right now, the dunk earlier, the jump shot there, starting to feel his rhythm offensively.
He's got 10 points to lead UAB in scoring here as they are trailing.
Vasquez hit that big 3 ball to put them up against Illinois State, and then the foul, and 5 seconds left, and Johnny Kinzinger get both free throws. The Redbirds going to stay in this trap.
You see just better intensity, better energy from the defense. They'll commit the foul.
They caught him in the zone, and they got Louisiana chasing out of the zone. Vasquez just stood over on the weak side and let it come back. There's
Mo, and it won't fall. Rolls off. Now Wolf on the drive, working against Lendeborg. Puts a shot up. Gets his own rebound.
Nobody picked up the inbound man. He tried to give it to Jiffon on a drive. Lendeborg is there.
Poor pressure because you want to win so bad. You got to be smart. I like this.
Really pressuring toward the half-court line and a steal. Hey. Williams in the corner. Hamilton the drive, surges to the cup, turns around, flips it up and got it. Kamani Hamilton.
Night long.
Starting lineup for the Lions, and back in the lineup, there's a miss and then a rebound and a foul.
To crack the fast break points with another fast break basket with a layup.
Baez. And then Haynes trying to push. Not a factor in this game as he was against William Carey. As a ball. By the way, big welcome to our audience in Burlington, Vermont. To the rim and a basket.
Not had a clean look from three. Look for them to continue to attack the basket.
You're right, they haven't taken a three. Here's Blake, swatted, and then rebound, second chance, scored. No.
Great patience.
Alamutu. Back to Alamutu, no good from long. Overtime. Long, from long, swish, or Hurley rather, Hurley.
And that time the Cats right.
Both these teams are running tonight.
Big offensive board for the German. Here's Lee. That three's no good, and Coleman gathers it.
Some three-point shooting in the NIT, but I don't think we've seen any worse than this in the first, what it was, 22 minutes of basketball we've seen so far. So just three-point shots made.
100 in steals and blocks. The only player in the country to reach that feat stat-wise. Royston, clean look.
I don't know how he went down and got to the free throw line. And that's just better basketball. It's more pleasing to my eyeballs.
Own.
Enjoying a 7-point advantage.
Own. Melts the shot clock. Here's Dixon, short.
Here at this junction of the game.
Here we go. Dixon, the Big West Freshman of the Year, inbounds. It's Jay! Off the side of the backboard.
Cox back a long three. Offensive rebound for the Broncos. Elijah Mahi in the corner. No. Loose ball. Stewart has
absolutely nothing there. They closed the door on him. They built the wall, and he still scored over the top.
Broncos wasting no time. An air ball three in the corner by Tyree.
From St. Louis has made it a 3-point lead for the Hawks. Finkley cranks. Can't hit. Vasquez with a rebound. Look. Haskins drives. He kicks it outside. Finkley's three, no good.
And then what a recovery.
Monitor courtesy of an official review. It has to be challenged by one of the coaches with under 2 minutes left. Fleming misses a three. The rebound by Coleman.
As John Calipari was the coach in 2009. Haggerty to beat the shot clock. That would have been icing on the cake. Dane Yaxel using the Newell screen, and they'll switch. And Lendeborg in the air. Jumper good on the other side for Latrell Yaxel. Gives him 7-point turn to the NCAA tournament. They've been 2 of the last 3 years.
And if you're North Texas, if you get the switch, drive them.
3 ball off the mark.
And make him guard.
ECU not settling for a bad shot. Walker's elbow jumper. And Tony with the board.
Borg deflected it with his long arms. It's Brumbaugh sizing up Vasquez. Glenn will try a three. Not that time. And he's now 4.
Is looking for the rock. He's at 7 foot. Shot by Leland Walker. Nails the three. A good start for Florida Atlantic.
The last 6 games for the Wichita State Beach Shockers.
Catch and shoot three to Gray. We watched him in the shoot around today.
Get him some touches inside.
Bell, three.
Man, if we take this guy away, then this guy's going to beat us. Plenty of guys that can go off for well above double figures on this Blazers roster.
Gray is able to stroke it in from deep for his
chance points today. They lead by 6. We're under 3 minutes to go. Shovel pass inside. Anamakoya, no. Knocked out of bounds.
It's Hayes, Felton, Riley, Walker, and LeBeau, the 5 for the Pirates.
You saw that there was double coverage there on Walker right away.
Another offensive rebound, another three. That one hit from R.J. Felton.
Yeah, those one of those ones that Wiro probably could make if he wasn't anticipating foul.
Great look for Felton, but Kabang. Long three by Hayes is good.
He was lamenting to Lyndon Blake. Somebody hit a perimeter shot. Missed by Reber.
Started his collegiate career at St. Bonaventure, went to the NCAA tournament as a freshman with the Bonnies. How about another for Carrington? Not this time.
Well, one thing about Braden Carrington, he is not
An attempt by Vasquez. Barnes says, why not? And Odom with another rebound. The back cut.
4 threes by Johnson has been the only reason they've been able to hang in so far.
Haggerty leaves it short. It's tipped right back to him. He won't miss again.
Primo Spears. That's a three from the wing. Rebounds. Number 12 in the nation in steals are the Roadrunners. Averaging 10 a game, and Joe Smith.
A little closer. Brown kicks it off this time. Reynolds with a three. And Tony the rebound. Reynolds does have 4.
Very bright sneakers for UAB today. Three-pointer Caleb Glenn had just 1 point. Thank you. If I can get one true from you a month, I feel like I'm doing my job. Carroll for three. In and out.
I like the commitment.
They better make one quickly then. Keep us on pace. Carroll couldn't. Check called timeout.
So FAU has had success again. That has showed 1-3-1. Now they're backing off.
Carroll for three. It was around and out in a third straight position.
He is dialed in tonight, folks. Brumball. He can make those threes as well. That one was too strong, though.
Efficient with that right hand.
Keaston Willis is the other guy to watch alongside Dwan Odom with Tyson Archie, who took that first shot.
And Lendeborg was zoned in on that play the entire time.
Archie a three, around and out. Rebound.
Right over to Massey. It's a long three. It's in and out. And it's about that team.
Jump shot, unless he absolutely has to. That time, great reaction from Alcorn.
A wing three. It's going to come up short for Omari Hamilton.
Those championship teams just taught me that selflessness and hard work is key. You want to be true to who you are. You want to put others first, and if you do that, you know, move in the right.
Protect the rim with the way the Panthers play offensively.
Here's Horton for three. Got it.
It's going to be all night tonight.
He's only shooting 19% behind the arc. That's from behind the arc. Second chance for Prairie View.
On that drive to the basket, here's Weston on the offensive rebound from Middle Tennessee. Good rotation, back over to Porter. It's a three. That one's no good. And it's knocked out. Torrey Alston cleans it up.
Everything contested by the blue jerseys on the defensive end.
Porter, that's a three ball.
And it's drive by right. Shot clock now down to 5. And
they go man.
Ratliff, a fadeaway three. Missed.
Great ball movement for UAB.
Coleman ties the shoe, now hustles back on defense. But
from that loss to McNeese State.
Pence drives baseline. Kinziger lets it fly from three, and it bounces up for UAB.
And they've also already reached their average for the season on made threes.
And Kinziger with the answer. Is no good. And Illinois State, UAB tied at 55. Malachi Poindexter. From the corner, Christmas. First two shots for the Lancers.
It's their tickets.
Christmas shot fake. Garland the extra pass. Wide open. McClurg from the corner.
He gave Tucker a forearm shiver and just threw him out of the way. Tucker's a big dude.
Bernard steps into a smooth stroke from. Here's Luke. To the corner. Off the backboard, Bernard. McClurg gets an open three and buries it. McClurg's second. Garland and Luke both with 10 points, both hitting double figures for the second time this season. Shot clock down to 6. Luke now driving on McGee. Back to Christmas for 3, and Christmas.
Here's a 3 for Auburn Montgomery, rims in and out.
Be the leader and be the alpha on the court offensively as well.
3 for the Warhawks, won't fall, and then they get the rebound. 16 as he continues to add to his UAB high.
I guess we created that graphic too soon.
Directs the offense. Over to Hamilton. Akridge in front of him. Jiffa. Three-pointer, not there.
Great rebound by Johnson.
Spelled one letter differently than his last name. T-O-N-Y, T-O-N-E-Y. Hamilton feeling it. Lendeborg there for another rebound.
Vicinity. And Tony, great three-point shooter, especially from the corners.
Southeastern leads by 1, trying to make it 4. Now,
most of his opportunities have come in transition. Very difficult to stop such a talented scorer in transition with no defense.
Denaje Harris for 3.
So slow down just a touch.
There's a 3, and it won't go. You start.
Little two-man game for the Cats. Bogue still yet to touch it. And another contested 3.
He got a cut to the elbow in one of his first practices with UAB, and he said, well, what's the elbow? Where do I go? And he gets the rejection there. Stuffs Tilly. Santa Clara gets the ball back in. Bryant. 5 on the shot clock. Carlos Stewart. Good defense. Lendeborg standing tall. Now the up.
Finkley trying to back his way down towards the rim. Haskins cutting, blocked by Lendeborg.
And then what a jam by Christian Coleman.
First lead for UAB since it was 5-4.
Now Christian Coleman out of high school worked for 2 years in a Walmart until he hit a growth spurt.
He's got the pass there.
Tony is off the mark with the 3, and it's taken away by Rogers. Here's Haggerty. P.J. Haggerty rejected by Lendeborg. That was the Conference Player of the Year and the defensive. Lorient draws some attention. Back to Giselle with a 2-man game. No good. Newell there. 1 second on the shot clock, and the block, and a shot clock violation. Back out to Massey.
UAB switching 1 through 5.
Lendeborg with the dig down and then the block, and he finds it in the corner.
Well, that's just all instinct. They're switching 1 through.
Trying to make another run here in this American Conference tournament.
Andy Kennedy, a proud coach and a really good player in his days at UAB. As you see a rejection there by Lendeborg up top.
Woodard trying to take Lendeborg off the bounce. Comes to a stop, and Lendeborg got a piece of that one. Inside, Lendeborg, another block.
And you see his defensive ability. Savvy move there by Tyron Moore.
Here's Walker, had it stripped going up. It'll stay with ECU.
That is because he was playing the game the right way. When you start to hunt for it, it never works out that way. It's the basketball gods.
He got the block, the kick ahead to Coleman, throws it up top.
UAB to panic. This is a team that's done very well for themselves on the road this season. They haven't lost on the road since February.
Woods blocked by Lendeborg, and it goes all the way out to Coleman, who can coast it.
Ball as we get to 10 seconds.
Off a stagger. Brumbaugh searching with 3 to shoot. Wiggles along the baseline. Lendeborg blocked it. Brumbaugh got it back. And they have already locked up the 4 seed by virtue of Florida Atlantic's win over East Carolina earlier, but still trying to grab a 12th conference win as Brumbaugh's block going back door. The combination of
time for the layup in transition. UAB is going to have to get some easy baskets. They've been struggling to score, and it's very important to get that going to establish themselves.
Lendeborg with the huge block that leads to the break.
Kind of fell hard that last sequence at the other end. He's
shaking that off. Here's Bell going down the left side of the lane, and that's blocked away by Lendeborg.
Yes, Lendeborg leads his team in blocks.
Bell. There's Lendeborg, who came in defensively.
They're 1 of 7, so credit to Rice for making it more difficult here in the final few minutes of this first half on UAB and not allowing those easy open looks.
Points, but again, he's been playing very high-level basketball for the last few weeks for Rice. Inside, Powell tries to throw it down, too strong. Here come the Blazers.
And backdoor block, Lendeborg as Adamakoya.
Is that the guy? I told you he's versatile like that, and that's where the game's going to be won or lost. South Florida has to play better defense.
Vasquez gets a has 13 points down, a block inside that time in the runner by Stroud. Here's Lendeborg. The last time we were within a single possession, or USF was back at 31-29. Now Reynolds blocked inside. Combination of Coleman and Lendeborg were there.
Lendeborg, that's not where Reynolds needs to be.
He's going to try to work it in on Lendeborg, and the reverse layup doesn't go. Fight for it. Reed somehow is able to get it. He couldn't convert, though, and now on the run. And here's Reed. Picks it up, gets it over here now for Jennings. Blocked by Lendeborg. And Johnson, and there's the exclamation point. Jennings blocked again. Lendeborg with 3.1.
You don't think...
8 seconds left. Down to 5 for Felton. Felton with the bump on McGee, blocked by Lendeborg. Riley can't follow, and that closes out. Walker against Lendeborg. Walker gets stuffed, gets it back. Goes right back to it. Tough shot. Lendeborg. And a steal. Burrell to the rim, and he gets stuffed by Lendeborg. And they're able to keep it alive, the Blazers.
And Green has made both of its shots this half, 2 for 2. Newell blocked by Lendeborg.
Try to go inside, they do. And then a block by Coleman on Blackman.
And here's the thing, Yaxel right there, it won't.
Butted. To pass that ball, and Andy Kennedy says, why didn't you shoot it? That is a clean block. Wow. Butter.
Isaiah Barnes, great hand. Sorry, Zach. Off the McGee miss, here comes Barnes the other way. Crosses over. Lendeborg says, no, sir. And the Blazers push. Tony is his own miss. A Barnes 3, in and out. A third look for the Golden Hurricane. Barnes. Tulsa 0 for 3 on this trip. You applaud. Bounce it off with that runner, and Schmeichel has the rebound. Tulsa with a chance to make it a one-possession game. Barnes, the lane is wide open. Lendeborg at the last instant swats it into the basket. Good night on the boards. We mentioned Tulsa leading there. Barnes has 8 rebounds to lead everybody. Odom plows his way in, and Lendeborg swats it. Bodies crash to the floor. Just guys they can throw at you. They do. Here's McWright, one-on-one against the shot blocker, Lendeborg. That's his 4th block of the night.
It just looked. Lendeborg. And loses it. He almost traveled. That's Millender. Swatted. That is a clean block. And that E.G. just said, I said, okay, that, and that.
Well,
anyways.
Here's what I know for sure. I know he used honest language. He did not sugarcoat anything with this Blazer team. And
above his season average of 16. Spears. Swatted out of bounds. Youch. And another block from UAB.
Jimmy Williams has it stripped, gets it back, but the Bulls running out of time. Reed has to force up a tough one, has it blocked, and the Blazers get the defensive stop.
Court screen. Rebound, it's Sandy.
Barely time to capture Brett, and this one. Carroll rejected by Lendeborg. UAB so 3. Down the board for FAU, which can take the lead after trailing by 5.5, and they will not on an erasure from Lendeborg.
Paint touch on the initial or rebound. Inside-out basketball is good basketball.
After missing his first 4 threes, that's the first tray that they hit. Did the Blazers here? UAB
rush on that possession. It's still a very close game. You can feel the momentum shifting toward the Blazers, but you don't want to ruin it by taking a tough shot.
Oh.
Another out of his hands, and it's plucked out of the sky by Odom. Archie took 20 shots last game. That's rejected against the glass by Lendeborg.
Yeah, Tyshawn Archie is learning right now.
Is 12 for UAB.
Yeah, Lendeborg went to an outdoor summer tryout in New York and ends
got
up
a
at
block.
Arizona Western. There's a block right there.
Takes away Schmeichel, runs the break. First half points. Andy Kennedy said at shoot around today, we need him to be stable and steady. Preseason all-conference player. Odom, Lendeborg, rejection. Vasquez in transit without. Ball's tipped. There's Seals. Bounce up ahead to Nash. Rookie with Lendeborg. Welcome to the American. Rejection by the defense.
Things between these two teams during the regular season has ended in overtime, by the way. I know you have a flight to catch.
Block out of bounds by Lendeborg.
Maury Hamilton. Pull up 3, got deflected.
McGee throw it inside with Johnson on him. This is going to be tied 1-on-1.
Against Lendeborg. Lendeborg says rejection. Nelson. That would have counted. There was 3 seconds left. We knew going in this would be one of the best mid-major matchups of the year. But
as soon as he put the ball on the floor.
Andy Kennedy talked a lot last year about playing through. Whoa. Was that clean? No foul?
At that time, Bryant.
Weston. Crosses over against Tony. It's blocked by Lendeborg. Weston somehow got it back on his back.
Kyrell Luke got up in the air with nowhere to pass.
Luke on the drive, swatted by Lendeborg. Ahead to Coleman.
Get yourself in trouble depth-wise.
And UAB's done a really good job of pushing the basketball and forcing the action. Some of those fouls truly aren't anyone's fault. There's nothing you can do when someone's bearing down.
Didn't go. There's Alejandro Vasquez. Swat. And it goes right back to the Warhawks for 3. UAB is 0 for 10 from outside.
And that is a clean look. Great block there from Lendeborg. Blazers out in transition here. Another clean look opportunity in the corner.
Coming off his best game in the early season, 11 points and 12 boards last time out as Keza Jiffa misfires. Bodo, there he is. Vacuumed it up. Knocked out of bounds almost by UAB. Another New Jersey. Karl Malone, Power Forward of the Year, preseason watch list. If there's an award in the AAC, he's probably on it, and he gets a swat here. Punches it out into the front court. Somehow.
The bounce passes to move the basketball against the 1-3-1.
Here comes Robery with a screen. Now he rolls the old pick and roll, and Lendeborg was there just in time.
Put back.
Hines Jr. has made 1 3, passes this one up. Edison to the paint. He's got Lendeborg who gets a swat. The same exact problem. They just can't get anybody to play that.
Yeah, it's tough to get guys to play you, especially when typically your team's in a 1-bid lead.
Lendeborg got a deflection. Coleman.
So far, they have not had a clean look from 3. Look for them to continue to attack the basket.
You're right, they haven't taken a 3. Here's Blake, swatted, and then rebound, second chance, score. Noah Barnett. UAB down by 8 after the Christian Coleman made bucket. I'll follow up that in just a moment. First, we got another rejection right on cue. Andy Kennedy told the...
As long as you end up with a basket, I don't know that any coach will complain.
Bogues Remember, he's a left-handed shooter, rejected by Lendeborg. And UAB with a chance to